Hello, hello. What is good and how are we doing? All right, we're going to be covering a few of my, no, just maybe a couple of my favorite political content creators. I'm going to do some majority report and then check out what Secular Talk's got to say. And then we're going to be jumping into some gaming. So sit back, enjoy the show. Let's see what we can actually get out of this. Give me 1 second because I'm going to have to check my audio too here.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free.
Hello,
Plus,
check
get your
1 2.
biggest refund. File free now. Roughly 37% of filers
Hello,
qualify.
mic check 1 2.
Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
Oh, I gotta change some other stuff in my audio. Hold on. All right. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right, I like that. Maybe just a tiny bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Now we're going to be ready to go. That silly ass commercial. I love Sam Cedars intros. Get his chat out of the way. Alright, let's see what the majority report has got going on today. Oh, this is an hour-long broadcast too. Let's get in the mix here.
Hey folks, Beautiful Day shines as a Providence, Rhode Island-based social enterprise with a unique mission to provide comprehensive paid job training to refugees
His ads
who
still.
are involved
I
in
would
every
suggest
step of
checking
making
out
their
Sam Cedar
award-winning
stuff.
gourmet granola.
My man's
They
got
run
great
4
takes and is
paid
not afraid to
training
hold
programs:
back.
job training for adults, internship program for youth ages 15 to 18 with community partners, entrepreneurship training for Afghan women interested in starting food businesses, management training for refugees interested in learning customer service and
We're gonna let his
sales
ads rock.
by managing
Usually
one of our
doesn't have many.
farmers markets. The job training programs further
Let
their
this man
mission
get
of
his
connecting
credits.
refugees to their communities through business, job training, and education. Refugees come from all around the world: Syria, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Myanmar, Burundi, Somalia, Eritrea, and Iraq. Even though they speak different languages, their granola chef, originally
Gonna go
from
ahead and
Iraq,
start
helps their
controlling-
refugees
charging my
go beyond
controller.
language barriers by fostering teamwork and building confidence while making the best tasting granola you have ever tried and learning English. The program's 350 hours, approximately 3.5 months. They also help them pursue further education, get a job placement, start their own business. The granola is made with premium organic oats, grains and seeds, and dried fruit, spices, no preservatives. Binding it
No
together is
preservatives.
local
Let's
honey.
go.
What sets this granola apart is it's designed for snacking, and
No.
believe me, I've hit this
Sorry,
stuff
my dog trying
hard.
to tell me what to do.
You guys gotta take this home because I'm gonna eat too much. It comes like you pull it out and like there are big chunks of it, so you eat it like a granola bar. They have granola bars as well too. It's delicious. They have 4 flavors, standards anyways: Keith's Original, Pistachio, Cardamom, Mochaccino, Hazelnut, and Ginger Zinger. They also have specialty granolas of the month. This month is Cherry Chocolate. They have muesli flavors available. It's all high in protein. They got
Cherry
fiber
chocolate,
bars in
let's
6
go.
flavors. Keith's Original, Banana Foster, Mochaccino, Hazelnut, Pistachio, Cardamom, Salted Mango, Bourbon Pecan. Order, go
Oh,
to
you know bourbon pecan's good.
beautifuldayri.org. That's beautifulday, R-I for Rhode Island, .org. It is amazing. And grab me a bag right over there on the thing. You can see it right on the package. There's barely anything left in this thing. I literally opened this today. It is
wonder why that's,
proudly made for you by refugees. Can't read the proudly part because I opened it up and I've been eating a ton of this. Now you have to get this away from me. Let's start the show. It's so delicious. We'll put a link in the bio. Our descriptions. Go.
Watcher of Realms.
Watcher of Realms.
Watcher of Realms.
Folks, check this. Hey, you should try this exciting tower defense game.
Yeah,
there are
let's
all
get rid of
kinds of
that
powerful
nonsense.
heroes waiting.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
The destiny of America is always safer in the hands of the people than in the conference rooms of any elite.
Sam Cedar.
They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the...
And Matt Fire, top government whistleblower.
All right, here we go. Now he's starting to
A
talk about what
Biden
he's getting
judge
into.
extends the block on Trump's assault on NIH medical research, although it appears those in charge of the NIH are ignoring it. Meanwhile, firings at the FDA gutting food safety and medical device safety teams. Measles outbreak in Texas grows amongst unvaccinated
No,
as
that's
the
fun.
Lesser Kennedy begins a reevaluation of the schedule for childhood vaccines. Trump fires Joint Chiefs Chairman plus 5 others and the top military lawyers for Army, Navy, and Air Force. For now, the Supreme Court of the United States rejects Trump's bid to fire top government whistleblower protector. Far-right surges in German elections as Germany's new leader says, we might as well stop thinking about the U.S. And lastly, you knew
Might need
it
to
had to
change
come.
this up. Hold on. Let's see
Dan
what happens if I
Bongino
do
named
this.
to number 2 at the FBI. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Emma Vigeland out today. Well-deserved rest. Something changed in the tone of my audio coming to my headset. Somewhere on that. I don't know what it is. Or maybe it's just something happened inside of my head. I'm back with a
Most likely.
moderately successful vacation. I don't really... Oh, I'm not going to whine about that right now. Whatever.
Tell us the
Whatever.
Disney World story.
I wasn't here. I know. Disney stories. It was a staycation. And I
A staycation.
I got a room
Disney
painted.
World? Oh yeah. Well, I guess he's in.
meanwhile, folks.
He's in Florida?
I've been also very busy, forcing everyone to work on the show this weekend. It just occurred to me at one point, I think it was maybe Friday.
That's slave driver.
Well, technically Saturday morning at about 2:30.
Sam, you slave driver.
I had taken way too many Sebede gummies and had been drinking. And so I
There we go.
required everyone on the show to send me emails by 5 p.m. today to justify their jobs.
Hey, man, you got to make sure
What
they're
have you been
working.
doing? What have you been doing? I wasn't here the past week. I'd like to know exactly what it is you did. And coincidentally, that's also what happened with our federal government. I mean, honestly, if I had just told you that I did that,
Surprise.
I would hope everybody in this audience would react with, man, what a total dick.
I think, yeah, as opposed to, oh, wow, they're getting efficient over there. I'm ready to start subscribing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, and we've all dealt with bosses that are like that, right? That try to like insanely overstep their bounds and give you these insane threads to try to make you do some extra shit or to like prove your worth because they're just not vibing with you. You know what I mean? Total nonsense, bro. I cannot imagine what it's like working for that idiot Elon.
Exactly. Now I realize that my subscription
Seriously.
dollars will be stretched even further. Here is Donald Trump on Saturday tweeting out. Now, look, I don't want to get too deep into the psychology of Donald Trump's relationship with Elon Musk. All you need to know, and this should have been obvious from the beginning, when Musk says
or whatever
anybody
it was,
in the House or the Senate who goes against what Donald Trump wants is going to get a well-funded primary challenge. Once you realize that Elon Musk was willing to open his coffers to benefit Donald Trump, there is no amount of personality issues that are going to drive these two apart. They have completely aligned incentive structure.
Let me just say this too. Bro, rich people, I mean like wealthy ass people, super rich people, they do not fucking like each other. They don't like each other. They're all too narcissistic to like each other. Right? But as long as they both know we can stack up papers more than the majority of people, they're going to be on each other's side regardless. It's just one of those things, bro. That's the greed does the only thing which is insane that greed does is it really binds people who are greedy, who are also multiple people who are greedy are connected by the greed regardless of what they think of each other, and that will always win out. Whatever their plans are, whatever they feel about each other, they could give a shit less because they don't even care about their own sense of morality or have any self-respect for themselves. They're just too enamored with like, well, whatever I have to do just as long as that paper's stacking. It's disgusting and it's insane. It actually is a mental disorder. I mean, and it's what's crazy too is every single major religion literally preaches against it, aside from prosperity gospel, of course. And still, the whole entire world not the whole world, but like, there is still so many people that worship that mentality and don't realize that, like, people who have a shit ton of money, they cannot amass that wealth without the rest of us doing stuff. Not one individual person is doing something that's so individual. How can I word this correctly? Here's an example to really wrap around the point I'm trying to make. Even if you're the most ingenious inventor, okay? Like, you could have invented, like, you could be the dude who invented the car or watches or came up with science or new ways of doing art, whatever it is. It takes the entirety of human existence to make those things reality for people. If we all didn't work together to give other people the time to create, you know what I mean? Right? Like all of us working together, makes the work that we do for survival so easy that it leaves free time for people to do things, right? Also, not one person has ever invented something that was so unique, or at least in anything close to recent times, that is so unique that could give them the credit. Like, bro, people act like they invented the wheel or the cog or rubber or smelting metal. Like, there were so many inventions and ideas that were created just by sheer people being together that other people took advantage of to be able to create or invent or have the time to think properly to make things more attainable. I mean, bro, you can invent a car, but you can't build it, right? You still need you could come up with a concept of a car in your head. Then you're going to need an engineers to put that all together for you. Then you're going to need assembly lines and other people to be able to create this product for you to make money off of it, right? Because you can't, like, Henry Ford wasn't in the factory making thousands of cars himself. You know what I mean? And yet, those people on the top are the ones that are collecting all the money for doing absolutely nothing except taking advantage of what community gives them. And that doesn't give you a right to all of that wealth, right? Like, the idea of wealth is so insane anyways, because we shouldn't even be charging anything for it, in my opinion. We should just stay trading our ideas, right? Because we're all capable of taking someone else's ideas and adding our 2 cents into them to better those ideas. You know what I mean? So why I used to work in a marina where a bunch of rich people would come in and out. And I met a man who became extremely wealthy. And you know what his contribution to this world was? He saw the idea of the floss bow, right? The little bow with the string in there that you floss your teeth with. The dude just decided, oh, that little back part where they have the pick for you to pick your teeth, what if I put tiny little bristles on it to make the picking your teeth part a little bit better? And then the dude then literally is yachting every single month, throwing cash around for just having an idea, for just adding something that already other people came up with. And what's funny about that is the damn floss bow isn't even unique. This isn't even another unique idea. Like, someone invented floss, someone invented plastic, someone had already invented that shape. What is it? The hacksaw, right? Or whatever that is. The saw that looks just like one of those floss bows. That shape was already invented, where you have a structure that is of a bow shape with some kind of thing that's suspended in the middle that you then use, right? Whether it be to saw something or to pick something out or whatever it may be. It boggles my mind. And only greed allows you to think that way, where you're just like, oh no, I mean, I need to be able to collect everything and it's my idea. Like, bro, you just had an imagination on top of like literally thousands and thousands of years of other people's ideas. You don't get that. Like, that should be distributed amongst everybody. The whole world should be living in ease, not just you, my man.
And so Donald Trump going out there, he still probably has a little bit of psychological issues associated with this. But this is the way he deals with it.
Like, people in art drive me crazy because they do the same thing, right? Oh, this is my artwork. You can't You can't use things from my art. Not realizing these motherfuckers went to school, learned techniques from hundreds of other artists before them, and then they apply those techniques with their own tiny little spin and act like they're geniuses who came up with something. Like, bro, I appreciate the art and your imagination is great, but like, I'm gonna pay you $800,000 for a painting, or you're gonna tell me that I'm not allowed to be inspired by that work either, or to use it in some kind of way to be creative? It's insane. The same thing with AI art. Like, you know what? The AR art one will be another video, because that also is another thing that drives me crazy. People thinking that like AI art is something different than just another freaking tool. You know what I mean? Anyways.
Alon's doing a great job, but I want to make it clear I'm boss. So I would like to see him get more aggressive. Remember, we have a country to save, but ultimately to make greater than ever before. MAGA.
I want to experience
So
something
insane.
new.
At Overseas Adventure Travel, discovery happens outside.
The way they stroke each other
MAGA,
is so
I
annoying.
guess. Boot MAGA is what the new term is. Boot MAGA. But MAGA, I guess.
5 a.m.
And then by, within a couple hours later, Elon Musk comes up with the plan. Here he is, consistent with President Trump's instructions. All federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they've got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation.
How stupid is that? How stupid is that, bro? This supposed tech wizard doesn't understand that the work these people do half the time is on federal servers. Like, buddy, just freaking look. You could just see. Like, what are they? I don't know. Really stupid.
Now, putting aside the sort of the legal issues associated with that, I would imagine a lot of people last week were just dealing with the complete uncertainty of whether they have a budget, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, et cetera, et cetera. So, and some agencies are balking at it. Some agencies are, leaders are saying, yes, all hail.
Let's all be dumb
President
together.
Trump and his vice chancellor,
You
Musk.
gotta love it.
Now, people have to send an email, and I just want to do this as a public service, okay? People have to send the email to hr@opm.gov. And can we go back to Musk's original tweet for a second? All federal employees. Look, you folks aren't all federal employees. But you can set an example for what federal employees should do. Freedom's not free. If we want our federal government to work efficiently, we all have to account.
Yeah, be the change you want to see in the federal government.
100%. And if you want to show MAGA, if you want to make America great again, you got to do something like this too. So we've Bradley's given you the email address. I wish we could get that a little bit bigger. hr@opm.gov. Now, here's an example of something that I've written up, but how did I write this up? Sam, how did you manage to figure this out? Like, do you have training in this type of thing? And I don't. I'm not going to pretend
my
like
man,
I
cook.
do. But what I do have is ChatGPT. And so I asked ChatGPT, I asked it if, if I wanted to
Here we go. You know my man is going to sit there and have ChatGPT write out a letter proving the work that his agency did. Oh, well, not his agency, but an agency of whatever. I love ChatGPT because it is just because of this kind of stuff.
Write an email to the OPM based upon this Musk thing. They said there's a couple of things that you could do, and I may have added if it was going to be as annoying as possible. One, make it extremely long-winded, use excessive detail, irrelevant anecdotes, and over-explanation, include unnecessary jargon, use technical terms, bureaucratic language, and acronyms that they may not recognize, ask redundant and confusing questions. Use formatting cases, mix fonts, bold colors, and italics inconsistently. We get a lot of that, actually, to the show. You can do this with ChatGPT. They will actually write one. You can say, Elon Musk has asked federal workers to justify what they did this week. If I wanted to write an annoying version of that email, what would it look like? And they'll write it up for you. I had written my own freehand, not as good maybe as the ChatGPT, but
Well, I mean, it's ChatGPT.
so this is what I did. I just put them like a days, and then I ran out of interest after like Monday. But Monday, rid office of all DEI coffee and pastry, which means only American coffee in the office, and ripped a croissant out of a coworker's hand. Tuesday, kept my ears open, looking for people using DEI language, and formulated a list of people in office who use the letters DEI, more often than others, or in a suspicious manner, or suspiciously often.
Using the individual letters of D, E, and I. Hey, I noticed that you had a lot of D's and E's and I's in your paperwork today. I don't know if I like that.
For example, we have a plastic container with pencil pretzels. I think everybody knows what those like, the really narrow pencil pretzels. Not sure that's
the
authorized.
stick pencil pretzel. Okay.
Because you don't know if it's authorized these days. Often, people don't screw on the lid tightly enough. Then people grab for it, the lid flies off, and pretzels will spray everywhere. So a certain coworker, I have obviously deleted the name of the coworker here in this email for this audience, but you can name a coworker, or you can come up with or you can just call him coworker, has a strange reaction. Where one would normally say, this darn thing keeps flipping open, this person wrote, or I should said, but this darned thing. Why use two D's? Then follow it up with every I'm. The coworker seemed to drop the T. So in other words, but this darned thing, every I'm. This coworker is not British, yet they drop the T. Darned. D. Highlight that. Every. E. I'm. DEI.
There's one single video that's responsible for leading over 2,000 Christian men to permanently quitting the P.
Oh my God.
Anyways, I will continue to observe this person. Wednesday, tweeted outlandish conspiracy theories. Let's see what else. Made a spreadsheet.
Sometimes what's more funnier than his jokes is like he has such a weird deliverance sometimes.
date of all actions taken Tuesday described above. Thursday, changed all screensavers in the office to the word MAGA. And Friday took a personal day.
Let's go.
Now, you can write your own email, but the point is, if you want to show solidarity with federal workers or show solidarity with Doge, it works both ways. You should do this. hr@opm.gov, what I did last week. And you should start it by saying, in support of what Doge is doing, I stand with Doge and want you to know what I did last week.
And I would like a promotion for supporting the Doge mission over.
Well,
these
you don't
people
want a promotion because they're firing. People understand this.
Promotion isn't like I don't get fired.
No. Yeah, all the probationary workers
if only, right?
in the federal government are being fired. That includes people who have worked there for years but just recently got a promotion. So if you're in a new job, you're going to get fired. And of course, all the new initiatives, that's why at the FDA, a lot of the medical device stuff, safety is gone now because they hired a bunch of AI experts to dig into what medical devices are doing, and they all got fired. They were obviously the most recently hired because it's a new thing. So innovation will actually cost you your job in the federal government now. You see how effed up this is? We've got a lot of other footage we'll play during the fun half of the program of people who are finding out how screwed they are. Whether they worked for the federal government, thought Donald Trump was a businessman, going to come in and create efficiency.
Oh, and that's a lot of Republicans, by the way. And you've been seeing it on social media everywhere. I know you got to do your DEI, but why am I getting let go? I know you got to look out for fraud, but I'm not one of those DEI hires. I'm not that person. They just don't understand, bro. They just don't get it.
Or whether they, I don't know, own a family farm. 1/20th, more than 1/20th of the U.S. aid budget annually paid U.S. farmers. Bought food off them. Never mind all the sort of USDA cuts and whatnot. If you think this is about efficiency, you are not paying the slightest bit of attention. This is about destruction of the administrative state. When Elon Musk takes a chainsaw and goes to CPAC, he's not talking efficiency. He's talking about the destruction of the administrative state.
I like the Republicans that when they get
which is
one
actually
of their toes stepped on with
insane.
this saying, "Oh, we actually think it might be better to go in with a scalpel."
Yeah.
Like there's no scalpel here.
There's no scalpel. Of course not.
No, it's a fucking wood
All right,
chipper.
A couple of words from our
It's
sponsor,
insane.
and then we'll be talking to Eric Blank. According to the CDC, to the extent that it still exists, fewer men than women meet the minimum daily intake for fruits and vegetables. Men are more likely to overvalue exercise and undervalue nutrition. Enter
Yep.
Ritual. It's a multivitamin scientifically developed for men to help fill nutrient gaps in their diets.
Is this an ad?
I like to break the mold by not being really that conscious of both of either getting exercise or nutrition. I don't. That's my thing.
Yeah, right, bro.
But,
You've seen Sam Cedar for sure.
a couple
This dude's
years
fucking
now,
working
people
out.
know that my vitamin D levels have finally gotten to a healthy level after my doctor told me, what do you do? Do you sit inside all day? Do you ever see sun? No. You got to take vitamin D. I've tried. But Ritual makes it much, much easier. Ritual comes with 10 key nutrients and 2 delayed release capsules per day
I
designed to
was
dissolve
not
later in the
expecting
small
this
intestine
in the
and
middle
often
ad
replace
read. He
to
usually
absorb
doesn't do it like this.
nutrients. And I will also say the best part about, well, not the best
Or
part,
maybe
but
I've
one
just
of
never noticed it like
the whole
that.
thing for me is to actually make a habit of it. if you have to wait till you have food to eat your vitamin, you will forget. That's what happens to me. So I see my vitamin on the counter, I take it in that moment because Ritual is gentle on an empty stomach. It's rigorously tested and validated by third party for allergens, microbes, and heavy metals. Ritual multivitamins, vegan, non-GMO, project verified, gluten and major allergen free, made traceable, so you know where the ingredients come from. Ritual uses scientific tools to select lower carbon packaging, prioritize sustainably sourced ingredients, and set ambitious climate goals. Ritual is a female-funded B Corp, meaning they're holding themselves accountable to not just their company's financial health, but to the health of people and our planet. Also, the other great thing about it is I have it on a subscription service. So I don't have, my doctor says I need to take vitamins. I go buy vitamins, and then I finish that bottle, and then I don't get another one until the next year when I go for my checkup. Essential for Men is a quality multivitamin from a company you can actually trust. Get 25% off your first month for a limited time at ritual.com/majority. That's ritual.com/majority for 25% off your first.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic stuffed crust pizza. Epic.
Month. Put the link in the podcast and YouTube description. Also, this episode brought to you by Zippix nicotine-infused toothpicks. Zippix brings you a totally satisfying, convenient, and great-tasting way to curb your nicotine cravings. Now you can get your nicotine fix anytime without having to rely on smoking or vaping. Zippix toothpicks give you an easier and better and more discreet way to get your fix. And folks, smoking is very much so 1993. Honestly.
Bro, it actually blows my mind that people still smoke cigarettes. Blows my mind. Like, not even like a better kind of cigarette. You know what I mean? Like, is like just straight up cigarettes. It's insane. Like, who the fuck is still smoking cigarettes in 2025? It's crazy to me.
It's not in your future. Now's the time to start weaning yourself off. They're available in 6 great long-lasting flavors. They have
a J-bone or
2 options. 2 milligram and 3 milligram in nicotine, so you can taper it down.
I get what that's
Zippix
about.
toothpicks are perfect for flights, sporting events, restaurants, literally anywhere, everywhere that smoking and vaping are banned. They're one of the most cost-effective nicotine products on the market. They're proudly made in the U.S. If you're not a nicotine user, or if you're trying to get away from your nicotine habit, you can step it all the way down. You can do what I do. Caffeine and B12 Zippix infused toothpicks gives you a little quick energy boost.
Caffeine
and the toothpicks,
nicotine
I mean, that was
infused.
a big part of how I got off smoking.
That oral fixation. Yep. See?
Zippix have already helped hundreds of thousands of customers get their nicotine fix without having to inhale.
And something people don't realize is that oral fixation and the having the thing to do with your hands, you know what I mean? Because smoking allows you to constantly, like how people talk with their hands, that's what smoking is like. But you don't even need to be engaging in anything. Those two things are literally, I would say, are at minimum 50% of the addiction of smoking cigarettes and nicotine. I mean, not of nicotine, but of smoking cigarettes. It's literally, that's the part that's the hardest to drop, is the fact that you're having something in your mouth and you're pulling on the smoke, dragging it, and then you're like talking with it. You get your pack, you have your lighters, all of that shit. All of it.
Inhale smoke or vape oils. So what are you waiting for? Give your lungs a break and try Zippix nicotine-infused toothpicks. Ditch the cigarettes. Ditch the vapes. Get some nicotine-infused toothpicks at zippixtoothpicks.com. Today, get 10% off your first order by using the code MajorityReport at checkout. Your lungs and your family and you will be glad you did. Must be 21 or older to order. Warning, nicotine, of course, is an addictive chemical. Zip more, smoke less with Zippix nicotine toothpicks. We'll put the link in the podcast and YouTube descriptions. All right, quick break. When we come back, Eric Blank.
All right, here we go.
We are back. Sam
I
Cedar.
didn't realize that was a lot of
On the
ad
Majority
stuff
Report,
there.
Emma Vigeland out today. Joining us now, or returning to the program, I should say, Eric Blanc.
Emma's
Assistant
on her
Professor of Labor
break.
Studies and Employment Relations at Rutgers University, organizer, trainer in the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee, author of We Are the Union, How Worker-to-Worker Organizing is Revitalizing Labor and Winning Big. Eric, welcome back to the program. I think the last time you were here was probably several years ago. I can't remember exactly when the last time, but so much of what you've written here is reminds me of your book on the Red State Revolution, Rebellion, I should say, which was about teachers going on strike in states where there was no teachers unions, and people just deciding like we're going to go on strike without the structure that one generally assumes needs to exist.
Oh, these stupid games.
How is
Or
this like
fake
an
games,
extension?
whatever they are.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people were worried, rightly so, about what would happen to the labor movement under Trump for obvious reasons, you know, and we're seeing the intense attacks. But as you mentioned, there's precedent for workers organizing from below to defeat Republicans on a wide scale basis, even in really unfavorable political terrain. So we're seeing that now with the nascent federal workers movement. I'm sure we can talk more about that. But yeah, as you mentioned, I would really trace the beginning of this bottom up, what I call worker to worker organizing, grassroots upsurge to 2018. West Virginia, Oklahoma, Arizona, these statewide strikes that went viral over Facebook groups, in which they did end up getting some support from the unions, but in which it was really the workers from below that took the lead. And that showed that you can win. You can win even when the Republicans are in power. If you create enough of a political crisis for those in power, you can force them to retreat. And I think we're starting to see that now again with the federal workers who are organizing in a very similar way on a national level, relying on each other, using digital tools to build power at work, and then to get support around the community to fight back and win. So yeah, it's exciting times, but you're right. I think it does go back to that moment.
What and you're looking at, I mean, this sort of most recent era, and I want to talk about those examples that you use, specifically Starbucks and UAW and News Guild. But give me a sense of, like, just so that we can sort of address this and then maybe get past it. The difference between Trump's first 4-year term, and frankly, Obama's term prior to that too, I would argue, and Biden's term, and where we are today, just a month into Trump, in terms of the governmental support for unions, because I don't think people understand how the government has been really since Taft-Hartley, 1947, sort of putting their thumb on the scale for management on some level, like inhibiting what unions can do. And within that construct, the Biden administration was pretty good relative to what.
I wonder why that is, considering no federal minimum wage has been raised in 20 plus years, 25 plus years. It was goddamn near almost 30 years. It's been $7 and some change, bro. Like, it's absolutely insane.
We've had over the past 40, 50 years.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. I mean, I have a huge amount of criticisms on Biden, domestically and particularly internationally. But the one bright spot, you know, one of the very few bright spots, was the NLRB, which governs labor law. And Biden appointed person Jennifer Abruzzo, who's like a fighter for the working class. And really, that NLRB under Jennifer Abruzzo for 4 years did everything within its power to help boost this bottom-up worker sort of upsurge. And it helped. The reality is the power and capacity of the NLRB is limited. The labor law reform is still needed, and the power of the NLRB to like actually force companies to the table is still limited. But the NLRB did weigh in helping Starbucks get off and moving, and helping Amazon workers get their union win. And so it's a different terrain now, obviously, under Trump, and it raises the possibility of the government doing more to support workers. It's not inevitable that the government is always going to side with management, and it shows that actually we should be demanding more of the Democrats when they're in power. Like that actually sets a quite high standard that should always be replicated, that the NLRB should be actively supporting workers organizing, which is frankly what its mission is. That's what it's supposed to. It's not actually supposed to be siding with management. Its mission is to be.
There's no other way to claw back our money if we don't organize.
Right to unionize.
There's no
it's just
organizing.
that practice that hasn't been implemented. It was implemented for the last 4 years, and now it's not being implemented again for obvious reasons.
And we should say the way that it's not being implemented is that the National Labor Relations Board is completely dysfunctional now because Trump fired enough of its board members to render it without a quorum, so it cannot operate. Now, the people he's going to, I'm sorry, the people he's going to put in there anyways are also not going to be helpful towards labor. But he's basically more or less shut the system down. No?
It's a little bit trickier. That's true on a national level, but most of the day-to-day work of the NLRB functions on a regional level. So the basic things that the NLRB does, which is helpful, which is run union elections and allow for that, that's still happening. And it's important for workers to understand that, because otherwise there can be an over sort of reaction and feel like, oh, now there's no space, there's no legal rights. It actually is still possible, and people are still running union elections. Just the other day, union workers won their first election ever at Whole Foods under Amazon. So the local machinery is actually still running and functioning, but on a national level, which makes the decisions around like big high-end cases, then that is for the time being paralyzed.
All right, so let's talk about Starbucks. We've had some of the people you've written about on several times. Jazz Brzezek, I think, has been on 2 or 3 times, and Michelle Eisen. They were out of that first sort of Starbucks up in Buffalo. But why Starbucks in walking through this sort of story, in this trying to show people their ability to unionize?
Yeah, so just taking a step back, why should we care about Starbucks? Well, we should care about Starbucks because the fundamental issue facing working people and the crisis of our country at this point is that there's far too few workers in unions. So the book is an attempt to address, like, how would you actually organize millions of workers into unions, which is the precondition for stopping Trumpism, ending climate catastrophe, and all of this. And so what Starbucks shows, like some of the other drives that I profile, is a new form of union organizing that has the capacity to scale up to millions. There's a lot of good labor organizing that happens in the US, but the problem is because it's so staff intensive, it just can't reach the number of workers necessary. It's just literally there's not enough time and money to be able to organize large enough groups of workers. So what Starbucks did is it built a new model in which it relied far more on workers to do the types of things that staff normally do. And so it was able to spread virally. But what happened, as listeners might remember, is they won one union election in Buffalo. Hundreds and then eventually thousands of workers all across the country started flooding the email inbox and saying, well, how did you do that? We want to do it too. If it had been a traditional campaign, they literally would have had to stay with their initial plan, which was just to organize locally. They had no initial plans to organize nationally because they had so few resources. This was all sort of building the plane as they flew it. And so they had to pivot to something really dramatically new, and they actually built this new model in practice before they'd even theorized it. And they started having the workers themselves who had won this union election in Buffalo and start organizing, get on Zoom calls and essentially talk through what they had done with workers all across the country. And it was the only way they could do it, because if they had tried to rely on staff, they just wouldn't have been able to have enough conversations and enough support. So that is the basic reason why we should care about Starbucks as far as a model. But then on the merits of Starbucks itself, well, I think the basic reality is Starbucks is the 6th largest private employer in the United States. You're talking about over 200,000 workers. You're talking about, if workers unionize Starbucks, this will be the single most important union election, union first contract since the 1930s. There hasn't been a major
Wow.
breakthrough. It's sort of the heart of corporate America, really since the 1930s, early 1940s. And so what we're talking
Wow.
about is if workers can show that not only are they able to win
That's
in
actually
things like
crazy.
journalism and higher ed, but take on the biggest corporations, defeat them despite the most intense union busting, right? The companies spent hundreds of millions of dollars just to terrorize and destroy workers, and they're very close right now to winning a first contract. So it's this amazing test case for the new model, but then also showing that, you know, labor should be raising its ambitions. If this small group of workers could initiate a national campaign that's able to take down one of the biggest companies in the world, then it shows that all labor unions should really be putting real resources into serious organizing, particularly at the
Seriously.
bottom-up level.
All right. So first off, and we should say,
Like,
when you
straight
say
up.
staff, you're talking about like often what happens with a unionization project like this is that people will go to a union to try and get a sponsorship, essentially. And in this instance, I think most unions would have said like, it's too difficult. You've got workers. You got 6 workers in Buffalo, and then you got 10 people in Syracuse, and then we got like it's just too hard, too disparate in that way. It's almost like the only way it could have worked with people who weren't aware of how difficult this could be.
Yeah, I think that's right. And unions are famously conservative, and not in the political sense, although sometimes the political sense, but just conservative in the sense that these are not risk-taking institutions. And so the idea of taking on one of the biggest companies in the world with so few resources would have just struck most unions as lunacy. And in fact, that is the norm. One of the issues we have in the labor room is unions systematically say no to workers when they reach out. It's almost the norm. The unions are very picky and choosy about what drives they'll take on because they tend to be quite expensive. Fortunately, these Starbucks
Everybody
workers
is like that. I mean, to be fair, to be fair, no, I mean, like this is the case with almost every single institution that exists. I mean, honestly, like it is rare to find any type of institutions that are like not risk averse, short of like billionaires like the Mercers who are willing to just chuck out money to any anti-union or any right-wing project there is. But for the most part, people are afraid of expending resources in a way that's not going to work.
Yeah, you're right. This is sort of a classical sociological dilemma: is that the bigger your organization gets, the more you have to lose, so the more risk averse you get. So you're right. It's not just unions, but unions are maybe even worse culprits for a variety of reasons because they're going up against the biggest, most powerful opponents too. So it's not just a risk in general. It's like them doing this is just poking the bear. So a lot of unions are sort of understandably reluctant to poke the bear. But for that exact reason, historically and still today, the forces that have been willing to take that risk have tended to be young people and young leftist workers, young radicalized workers.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
Is that what
I got
State
a
Farm
friend.
is doing?
Political reasons and for personal reasons, they have less familiar responsibilities. So if they get fired, it's not quite the same risk. And then honestly, if you believe that a better world is possible and billionaires should not exist, and maybe you've had experience, maybe you volunteered for the Bernie campaign, maybe you went to a Black Lives Matter protest. This is the milieu that all across the country has been driving this bottom-up upsurge. And for them, the risk factor is a little bit different because they want to change the world and they understand that there are risks, but that they're willing to take that. And it's been those workers at Starbucks and elsewhere that have really driven things forward.
That's amazing.
Last year was a record number of petitions to start new unions, is my understanding, at least in modern times.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. We've had record numbers.
And that's the thing. Once you tip that first domino and it knocks the second one, the rest of them go. And this should have been done. This should have been settled after the Great Depression, when unions started to become a thing. This should have been settled. And it should have been enshrined into law. And it literally should have... There should be a government union that controls... that employees of... Whoever employs you should be adhering to a set of standards that we all vote and agree on. I don't know why we need a bunch of different unions There should just be a spot in government. There might even be one, but it's probably just underfunded, or just no one, or it's like the federal minimum wage where just people just leave it as it is and then grandstand or whatever.
On that, and we had over 100,000 workers join a union through organizing last year, almost the same number the year before, and just a little bit less. So you're talking in the span of just the year prior. So you're talking about over 300,000 workers unionizing in this bottom-up way, primarily just over the last few years. This isn't a small army. This is not an insignificant number of people who now are building power against some of the biggest companies on earth. It hasn't been enough to turn around the whole country yet, mostly because unions haven't been investing in this as they should. It's sort of workers have had to do it despite the lack of overall support of unions. But you see how even in this unfavorable terrain, because even under Biden, the law was still really stacked against workers. The NLRB was good, but they were still systematically firing workers, ignoring the law because there's so few sort of repercussions for breaking law.
Starbucks seems to be shutting down a lot of stores still where there is like union activity, it feels like.
Yeah, they've started this again. The major
That
check on
is
them
a
isn't really the
douchey-ass
law, but
move.
is
What?
public backlash. And so insofar as their brand is in serious jeopardy, if not already extremely tainted, then this has put some of a block. The worst of their union busting has been checked for now, which is good. It shows that the company's on the retreat. They're meeting with the workers. They actually brought in a mediator. So the worst of the union busting at Starbucks for the time being has been put on pause. And it shows that the workers do have power. And they're on the process of winning.
It also shows to me that people don't want to share their blankets like they did in the Warsaw Ghetto.
Wow.
I don't know if you remember that Howard Schultz. That will always stay with me. Howard Schultz admonishing Starbucks workers to be more like people in the Holocaust. Sort of might have wanted to sort of like think out that metaphor a little bit.
That is so crazy. How do you say that?
In the Warsaw Ghetto, in his scenario, it was his workers.
I'm telling you, bro, people with extreme wealth, their brain are broken.
The Nazi guards, I guess. Anyways.
And it is funny that one of the nice things about unionization is that it sort of brings to light how just actually dumb in many ways these CEOs are. There's just a genuine obliviousness to the sort of realities of working people.
CEOs are not hired because they're geniuses who are innovative. They're freaking hired to maximize profits and to take the heat for said moves of maximizing profits. Go ahead and Google the average how long a CEO actually stays in a position in most companies. It's usually not very long. And it's always to like push something that's incredibly shitty. And then they get bonuses. So when the eventually heat drops on them, they just take whatever consequences, pay whatever fines, and sit on the fat stack of cash they gathered, screwing everybody over. That's all CEOs do. That's all they do. They're not the innovators. Half the time they're not even the people who fucking founded the companies.
That when you sort of pull them out of their boardrooms, you're like, oh, this person shouldn't be like allowed to talk to the public and talk to working people.
It is fascinating. That
I don't know about fascinating,
one of the most
but
insightful like his complete inability, his overestimation of his ability to be in touch with these workers was so I think illustrative of.
What was that one dude from Kellogg's or whatever? Oh, times are hard. Buy some more cereal. Are you fucking crazy?
What was problematic at these things in the dynamic that goes on, right? Like he really thinks he knows these people, and he has no idea.
They all do.
None.
No, they all look at us and think that,
what happened at Starbucks,
those are
which
the
was
poors. We know what they want.
Like there was no union, and some people started in
Psychos.
Buffalo, and they basically grew one. With what happened with the UAW, because it's still from a bottom up type of situation, but one happens in the context of a pre-existing institution.
Yeah, it's worth noting there was a little bit of union support in the Starbucks case, but you're right that the overall is really grassroots driven. In the case of the UAW, it's true that the union supported, but it's worth just flagging the prehistory, which is that the UAW until very recently was like the worst, most corrupt, most top-down union, and workers had to take over their union. So the bottom-up aspect started with workers running a slate to kick out the old leadership, electing somebody named Shawn Fain, listeners probably are aware of now, and taking back their union. That then in turn set the stage for extremely successful strike at the Big Three, won massive raises. And what the UAW did, which was so smart, which most unions don't do, is they understood the importance of attention and momentum. And so at this moment, when the whole eyes of all of the auto workers and really all of the country was watching.
And let me just tell you, social media is what makes that possible. The fact that you can go after a company like that, get results, and then in almost instant real time, be a worker across the country and see the results of that, knowing that it can work. Yeah. Again, when the first domino, when you tip that first domino and it connects to the next one, right, and it doesn't miss, that's it. Bam, 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 bam. That's how they changed it during the Great Depression. And that's how we're going to change it now.
Them win and sort of massively
after the
defeat
Great
these
Depression,
companies.
I should say.
They said, okay, now that we have the spotlight on us, we're going to call on every auto worker across the whole country to start unionizing. Because the basic problem in auto is that you have the North unionized, but most of the new plants are in the South. And nobody's been able to unionize the South for ever. None of the major plants until just last year were unionized. They said, okay, we're going to seize this moment. We call on all workers to start self-organizing. We're going to give you the tools and support you need. And sure enough, within a few months, they had won the first union election ever in the South. They won Chattanooga and Tennessee at Volkswagen, and then they spread to Mercedes. And you see now still all across the country, auto workers are organizing and they're running more elections.
Nice.
So you can see then.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up.
There's ways of doing this bottom-up organizing that do lean on existing union resources. And I think actually part of the argument I make in the book is you need that. If we're going to organize millions and millions of workers, you need unions putting real resources into bottom-up organizing. So we shouldn't see them as mutually exclusive, sort of rank and file.
And let me just add this to what he's saying too, that a lot of regular people don't understand. This, with unions and everything, this is how you increase the economy of our country as well. Right? Everyone makes more money. We all spend more money. The only people who don't spend money are super rich, wealthy dumbasses who just hoard it and then use it to break every fucking law that there is so they can catch their dopamine rush.
Versus the union, but rather we need unions to be organizing in a different way, to be giving tools and support for workers to start self-organizing and to be able to organize at scale. And I think the UAW is showing how that can be done.
What is happening since the Mercedes plant? And I'm also thinking in terms of, like, we just had an Amazon warehouse, I think it was in Nashville, that voted not to unionize. So I'm wondering, when I look at like where unionization is happening,
bro, like just a few, like 5 years, 4 or 5 years ago,
like it's happening as
employees
much
peeing in bottles because they can't take a bathroom break.
Settings,
how do you not unionize working for Amazon? That's crazy
like
to
expansion, me. Or in sort of more like in warehouse, it's more like
people dying,
public-facing things.
It's crazy.
Baristas, teachers, people where there is a more of a connection with the public?
Yeah, it's a good question. I dig into the numbers of this a bit in the book. It is also the case that the bottom-up organizing is spread to sort of more blue-collar work that isn't as public-facing. It hasn't gotten the same amount of media attention, but you know, the biggest win, think about Amazon, one of the biggest wins recently was Amazon, and that's at a warehouse that isn't public-facing. And actually, we've seen in Amazon just over the last few months, a significant, even under Trump, a significant increase in the amount of organizing. There was a national strike during Christmas. And so the organizing at Amazon is actually spreading and is deeper
during
than it's
Christmas,
ever been.
that's not during
But
Trump.
you pose a real question, which is, you know, how would you organize the rest of these industries? I would say it's just worth keeping in mind that the political economy we're in is that the vast majority of people work in like service and public facing jobs at this point. So it's not that surprising. This is where the overall majority of people work. And also a lot of hard industry is still union. So there's like in the North, for instance, you know, the big factories tend to be unionized already. It's in the South that where the factories are not as organized, and you know the warehouses.
Bro,
of
if I was
Amazon
a
are one of the
factory
big
worker
targets.
in the
But
South,
it's
I
not
would
that
look for a
surprising
transfer in the
that
North.
most of the organizing has been in retail,
Catch a union,
and in,
organize,
you know,
get into
education
the North,
and hospitals, because that's just frankly
and
where
watch
most
the
people work.
South
And I think
start to
sometimes there's
fucking.
a
They're either gonna burn or they're gonna
romanticization
get their shit together
of
and
blue-collar
have
work,
unions
which,
for people.
doesn't exactly fit with the political economy we're in. You know, it's not like all of the workers are there. We need to be organizing all workers, but it's actually, you know, it's a good thing that the vast majority of workers are organizing wherever they're at. I think what you mentioned though is real, that the terrain is harder though for workers without that public support. You know, I think they feel more isolated, particularly in the South where the political sort of establishment is so against them. These are hard places to organize. There's a reason that they haven't organized to the same numbers as elsewhere. And so it's going to take a lot more resources, and frankly,
with a
it's going to take
fanatical base.
sort of I think more of a national upsurge for large numbers of workers to join in. It's not the case that you're just going to convince all of them through one-on-one conversations. These things tend to grow in moments and spurts, and you know we're seeing that type of spurt right now in the federal sector under Trump, and we don't know when exactly that spurt is going to sort of explode at Amazon. So you have to keep on with that organizing, and then eventually it sort of breaks through like it did at Starbucks or like it did at in the federal sector right now.
I want to talk about federal workers, and particularly also I want to talk about EWOC, because I think that's it's a great organization. I think it'd be very helpful
EWOC,
for folks in our audience who are wondering what's the first step that they take. But is there, I mean, to the extent that there is a broad union strategy, and there are people thinking about it on those terms, right? Like I imagine, you know, Sean Fain is thinking about it. I imagine, I don't know if O'Brien is thinking about something like that as much as he is, you know, thinking about like his next plane ride in Air Force One or whatever it is. But I imagine there are people who think about that and assess it. And where are the sectors that people are thinking, or let me step back from that. Are there ideas out there that we need to, this sector, either from an industry perspective or a type of worker perspective or a regional perspective, this is where we need to really focus our efforts, because if we unionize this state or these, you know, different states, it's going to catch on. Or if we unionize this industry or these shops, it's going to catch on. Are there people thinking like that, or is it more like we're following where the energy is?
Well, yeah, this is how I would say. First of all, the unfortunate reality we're in is that basically union density in the private sector is 6%. It's 10% in the workforce as a whole. So what this means is the vast majority of industries are non-union at this point, right? So there's so much terrain to grow in almost all industries that there is a necessity essentially for the unions in these different sectors to go big in all of these different sectors. We don't actually have the sort of luxury of just picking and choosing one or two key sectors. And that also does reflect a change in the political economy. Whereas in the 1930s, you could just really focus on hard industry. The nature of the economy is sort of disaggregated and is much more diverse. So it's such that there isn't.
Aldi has what you need. They sure do. But unlike those other guys, we won't empty your wallet. So
this one sort of linchpin that if you take down, takes out everything. People suggest that might be Amazon. There's some truth to this. The difficulty is that Amazon is extremely powerful, and you're probably going to actually need a much broader movement and a lot of time before you're able to take down Amazon. So I'm skeptical that you just sort of organize Amazon and then everybody else.
Yeah, because it's
My guess
amassed
is
so
Amazon
much
will be sort
wealth
of
they
one
could
of the
hold
last,
out.
pins to fall, as it were. And I do think that the necessity is for a very broad-based labor movement to be scaling up everywhere, but within the industry,
There's no starving out Amazon.
specific industries. Well, then, yeah, there's specific targets you should be focusing on, right? So you should be focusing in healthcare on the biggest non-union sort of HMOs and these different healthcare chains. Within the private sort of retail sector, you need to be organizing Walmart. You can't just be organizing Starbucks and Amazon. Walmart is still the biggest private employer. So you have particular targets within these different industries that have to be sort of a linchpin. And I think part of the issue has been that the labor movement has had its expectations so low and its resources so low for so long that even thinking about doing a big target and a big campaign is sort of outside the wheelhouse or the sort of sense of what's possible for most top union leaders. So again, it's going to come up to these workers from below to take initiative. What about workers? Workers can go SALT, which means you just get a job at a non-union place. They did that at Starbucks. They did it at Amazon. They can do that at Walmart. They can do that in these hospitals. And you're starting to see that now. So I think it's going to be more, this is the dynamic where workers from below show proof of concept, win a union election in one of these big companies like we saw at Whole Foods. They won that despite the labor movement as a whole wasn't investing in Whole Foods. Workers themselves took the initiative. They beat Amazon despite a just horrific union busting campaign. They showed it was possible. That in turn is the type of thing you're going to need to force the union leadership, which for the reasons we discussed are really risk averse, to take the big organizing initiatives that right now, frankly, they're not really talking about it. Most of them aren't even talking seriously about like plans to defeat Trump. The level of institutional inertia and lack of strategy in labor would be hard to exaggerate.
That's crazy.
Wow. All right, let's talk about EWOC.
That's crazy.
This is, and we've interviewed these folks, and we're going to have them on again in the next couple of weeks. But EWOC is, what does it stand for again? And then, where did it start?
Yeah, so EWOC's the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee. Began at the beginning of the pandemic. Some of us were labor organizers essentially for the Bernie campaign. And think about March 2020. All of a sudden, workers are getting thrown into work at the pandemic. There's no PPE. There's no hazard pay. People are freaking out about whether they're going to die because their coworker has COVID and no one has vaccines. But this was the moment in which thousands of workers started reaching out to us for organizing help. And we had to build an organization to help meet this need of workers asking for support organizing. Since then, EWOC has evolved into a nationwide organization with the support of United Electrical Workers Union, Democratic Socialists of America, which essentially at this point mostly focuses on helping workers start self-organizing to build a union. So we say that if it takes 100 steps to build a union, EWOC will walk you through the first 50 steps and then connect you with an established union that can take you on. So it's essentially a project that will support any worker in any industry start building a union. And the mechanism is simple. You just literally go to workerorganizing.org, you fill out a very quick form, and then within 72 hours, a volunteer or experienced organizer will call you back and start helping you build power at work.
That's amazing. So this is very easy for people at least to start the process. I mean, it's a hard process at the end of the day, but the bar to entry, as they say, is low for something like this. Let's talk about what's going on with federal workers, because I'm starting to see across the country, like on local news, like I was an IRS agent, I got fired, or I can't get cancer treatment because my NIH grant, the people working on that had to stop working, or I'm a vet. I just 30% of the federal workforce. I just got fired. What are the federal unions doing? Are almost all of these people would be unionized?
Again, it's tricky. The reality, unfortunately, is that so many federal workers aren't even members of their unions. And so one of the good news is that one piece of good news is that since over the last 5 weeks, essentially since Trump took power, you've had an upsurge in membership in the unions. You had more people join just the largest national union in the federal sector, which is AFSCME. Over 15,000 workers have joined in the last 5 weeks, which is more than joined in the whole year prior. Wow. So you see people are flocking into the unions. And there's a saying in the labor movement that sometimes the boss is the best organizer. Well, that's certainly the case right now with Trump and Musk, because they're just
funny.
Going so
That's
hard.
facts.
I mean, they're really just, it's a sledgehammer. It's almost hard to believe how crazy their actions are, such that people who really were trying to keep their heads down, and maybe even up to a week or two thought that somehow they would be able to get through this just by keeping their heads down. And this, we should say, is something that is culturally inculcated into the civil servant mentality. There's a lot of fear about speaking up publicly. It's not part of the norm. But frankly, when Musk is unilaterally shutting down agencies, even though he has no legal right to, when he's unilaterally just declaring that people are going to be fired if they don't respond to his email within 48 hours, this creates a crisis mode. And I think you're right that it's not just a crisis for the workers themselves. The media, unfortunately, at first was just talking about how this is impacting the workers, but really it should be understood to be a crisis for American society as a whole. Like, literally, how do you think you will get your Social Security without a federal?
The world has been overrun with deviants, creatures of considerable power and destruction, and this is my new home.
Workforce. How will you get Medicare? How will you get Medicaid? Who will make sure that there's not just insane toxins in the water you drink, that your kids drink? All of these really basic things that, frankly, people take for granted, they're almost invisible. The workers that we've been talking to and that are I've been helping support, they put it well. They said the reason people don't think about federal workers so much is because we're doing our job.
Right.
We're invisible because we're doing our job. So you can take these things for granted. But less and less now, right? Just think about how many airline crashes there are. Well, that's because there's been underfunding of just basic infrastructure for the FAA and airline industry. And so when you start defunding these things, like Musk is dramatically accelerating, then all of a sudden you start seeing, oh, this is what happens when you don't have federal workers and you don't have basic regulations in place.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, just before we came on, we were saying, this is
look what the man did with Twitter, bro.
Lawmakers to do is to sort of like draw the connection between firing these people and vaccination rates dropping, let's say, and maybe measles happening, or firing these people and loss of food safety and worker safety and consumer safety. I mean, on and on. Those are the people to draw those connections. Lastly, let me ask you about other types of organizing. One of the things that I've increasingly, and we're starting to look into more here, is tenant unions. Now, you're a labor guy. What is it about organizing via labor that is I guess unique relative to other organizations? And also, like, what is your sense of tenant organizing? Because that seems to me obviously to be the most obvious other place to organize.
Yeah, I mean, I think tenant organizing is good. It's sorry, I'm not going to speak ill of it. I can say I'll try to make a positive case for why labor is where I put my energy and why I think it's the most centrally important. There's a few reasons. First of all, every public institution and every private company depends on workers. So this is just an inordinate amount of power. There's no equivalent of that in any other sort of sector of society. So the reality is that the federal government depends on its workers. The private sector depends on its workers. So that means that there's just a level of potential disruptive power of labor when you organize workers as workers that you don't have elsewhere. But there's a second thing which is maybe less obvious, which is that workplaces bring together.
That goes back to the point I made earlier, right? You can't, like, these people who have all this money and wealth, who are trying to keep you from having money, literally cannot have that, would not have that money without you. Jeff Bezos would not be where he's at if he wasn't exploiting thousands of fucking people. Same thing with these people at Walmart and everywhere else. Literally, they make money from us. If we just don't give them that ability, then that's it. They're no longer rich anymore. That's it. They're just no longer rich anymore. It's that simple. That's the most hilarious part of this whole thing, is that they literally could not gather what they've been able to gather if it wasn't for the rest of the fucking world. If it wasn't for the communities and all of us. That's it. They just wouldn't be able to do it because it's literally impossible. How are you gonna? What money are they gonna collect? What products are they gonna make? How are they gonna push those products? How are they gonna How are they gonna deliver them to any market? Like what? Literally, the entire foundation is based on us thinking we're worth what they think we're worth, instead of us understanding like they're at our mercy. Their lifestyles, their bank accounts are at our mercy. You get rid of any billionaire, any super rich person, you take them off the earth, nothing changes. You get rid of the workforce, the humanity is done. And I mean humanity. Like we all disappear if we all stop pitching into our societies.
Folks who don't necessarily agree ideologically. Like you're working with people all across the spectrum in most cases. And so the workplace, even more so than an apartment complex or some other institution like a church, is just a force where you have the possibility of speaking with and persuading people who don't already agree with you. And that's why labor organizing, much more so than any other form of organizing, is attuned to how you listen to your coworkers. How do you listen to people who don't already agree with you? And so you're not just speaking to the echo chamber. So you have to listen deeply to people. You have to find the issues that are widely and deeply felt. And then you have to find ways to move people who might not agree. On all sorts of ideological questions. Maybe they vote for Trump, maybe they're just totally checked out. Labor organizing, because it's grounded in people's economic sort of immediate necessities, right? Like how do you pay for rent? How do you get by? It has a commonality that can unite working.
Not only that, but how do you feel about your own self-worth?
What have you? There's a basis for uniting working people around their economic interests.
It's crazy because even this guy is literally trying to help the working class, and even that escapes him as a point. It's not even about like like no, bro. You just need to go to someone and be like, bro, you really think you're only worth $19 an hour? You think all the work you do every day making someone else money is worth you barely surviving? You think it's worth people you know having to have 2-3 jobs? Of course not. That's insane. Every factory worker knows he's busting his ass way more than the fucking dude on top thinking, well, where am I going to save money at? Where am I going to save this money from? It's insane. What are you doing? Can you please just relax for a little bit? This is almost over and we'll go for a walk. And I'll feed you, bud. But yeah, I mean, if self-worth doesn't move you, doesn't move us as a society, we're cooked. We're cooked. It's the only thing that is holding us back, is the fact that a huge portion of us feel like we're worth what people with a shit ton of money above us tell us that we're worth. And it's insane.
At work and sort of more broadly as a class that just you don't see in other terrains to the same extent. So because of the power and because of the breadth and the possibility of unity, I think that labor organizing is like the most important thing to be doing, both for sort of challenging economic equality, but then also at this point, frankly, just...
One more point, bro. It's the only thing to be doing. There is nothing else. You know why? Because if everybody was making money and living comfortably, there wouldn't be no other issues. There wouldn't be crazy crime rates. There wouldn't be crazy murder rates. There wouldn't be poverty and people dealing with insane amounts of mental stress, environmental stress, health stresses. These things would not exist. It all evolves around, or it all revolves around the majority of us being taken advantage of. Labor organizing is the number one issue that should be taken seriously and always put in the forefront. That would fix healthcare. It obviously fix poverty. It would fix mental health issues. It fixes everything. All right? People don't want to sit around and struggle. It's crazy. Why? Like, bro, we are not. This is exactly why we got rid of kings and queens. Because it's bullshit.
For defeating Trump. I do think that the most important struggle right now is the federal workers, because if Trump is able to destroy the federal workers unions, that's going to set the basis for him to be able to essentially use the federal government in a completely authoritarian way, right? There will be no checks and balances on him because the courts aren't going to stop him. So he needs to destroy the federal union to be able to then go do his full reactionary agenda on society as a whole. So the last best hope really are these federal unionists who are trying to put a block and stopping him. So I would just say, sort of a pitch to listeners who want to get involved
the federal
in the federal
union,
worker,
you see what I'm saying?
Go to
This
the
is why
follow-up
these
website,
things
which is
shouldn't
how
be
people can
separate.
get involved in this campaign, which is
There shouldn't be 1,000 unions. There should be one main union.
There's going to be a lot of actions,
and we vote for it.
And actually, frankly, coming
and
days,
they organize for us
fully
to make
on,
laws
right?
that
It can't just
fucking
be seen
protect
as federal
us.
workers fighting on their own. It has to be understood that the whole American public understand the stakes of defeating Elon Musk.
We'll put a link to that. You were ahead of me by a half a step there. I was going to ask you how people can help. We're asking people to do their part and show their solidarity by emailing, what was it, the opm.at.gov.com, so that they can also explain what they've been doing this past week to show their support for, government efficiency, just efficiency in general. We should have all around. Go.savepublicservices.com give you an opportunity for folks to show their support for public workers and figure out how we can get the message out there. And Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee, if you want to figure out how to start organizing your shop, your store, whatever it is. And that's at, what's the website for that is?
Yeah, workerorganizing.org. And so if you go to workerorganizing.org, then literally you will get connected, fill out a form, you'll get connected, and we'll help you start organizing your workplace in whatever industry you're in, whatever part of the country.
All right, we'll put both those links in the podcast and YouTube description today. Eric Blank, we will also, Eric Blanc, sorry. We will also put a link to We Are the Union, how worker-to-worker organizing is revitalizing labor and winning big. Really appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you,
want
Eric.
to experience something new.
At Overseas Adventure Travel, discovery happens outside your...
Okay. All right, folks, we're going to take a break, head into the... but I still think tenant organizations are a good... the most leverage, right? I mean, they have the most labor organizer. Labor organizations have the... Put a link to We Are already. We will be playing that probably first up in the break. Evan from Portland. I'm a tenant organizer turned labor organizer. Labor organizations have the ability to strike in many places, whereas tent strikes are incredibly difficult. Interesting. I still like the idea of, I mean, obviously, labor has the most leverage, right? I mean, they have the most leverage. They can shut down
anything.
Broad swaths of economic activity.
Labor would shut a fucking nation
organizations
down.
to do that. But
No,
I still think
labor
tenant
would shut
organizations
a
are a
nation
good idea
down.
because it's so easy to create these relationships within a, you're a part.
A quarter of the workforce in its entirety could shut an entire nation down. That's it. That's all it would take is a quarter. If a quarter of the labor force said, no, fuck this, I'm not going to work until major companies worth billions and trillions of dollars are giving me a fucking $3,000 stipend every month because we've been carrying their fucking asses. That's it. That's all it would take. As a quarter of the workforce.
Apartment building. And there's only so much you can do. You can figure out, like, you know, just keep it active. It's almost like use it or lose it type of situation. And people can be activated at different times for different reasons.
Also, it's just good place to learn political skills. Julia Salazar, who's a council member, I believe, here in the DC, DSA member.
They could actually invest in the population with that money, right? Giving me a stipend, which means you as a company is investing in me as a populace. Well, investing in the actual workforce so that you could still live comfortable. Instead of investing in fucking dumb shit like crypto and going to Mars.
New York State Senate, actually, sorry.
Trying to
she
own all the
started out
fine
as
art in the
a,
world or whatever the
as
fuck
a,
they do.
tenant organizer.
You can fucking learn how to paint
Yeah,
instead
some
of
people
trying to
saying we can do
steal
both, of
everything.
course. Folks, just a reminder, it's your support that makes this show possible. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. But if you don't have the resources, send us an email. We'll work out
Right, I think he's going to end up trailing off here.
The thing you can do to help the show is tell your friends. There's a lot of like
I've definitely done that.
junkies. Or, you know, there's a lot of, I think,
Well, I'm going to pause him here. We'll cut it from here. I recommend Sam Cedar to anyone who's around in their 40s. I'm 41. Bro, news organizations, especially cable news, whatever the one you're watching is, they fucking talk to you like you're a goddamn child and like you're a baby. You gotta stop that nonsense. Watch these people, let them tell you what's going on, and you can actually think in your head like, oh yeah, this is a more normal thing. At least, not a normal thing, but a more normal way of consuming news. All right, well, with that, we're going to take a break so I can take care of my dog. And we'll be back and check out what Secular Talk has to offer. They usually do like a small... Yeah, so there'll be a 20-minute segment on voter cook MAGA at town halls. Oh, this has been a great story. But with that said, we'll see you guys in about a half an hour or so.
like slate of town halls being done by various congresspeople all right, guys. So if you wanted some hope,
All right, let's check out.
if you
see
wanted
what
to
Kyle's
feel
got
like there
going
was
on
some
while I
new
eat my
life that's
salad.
been breathed into you,
Chicken.
guess what? We got that. We got that for you here. We have our first like slate of town halls being done by various congresspeople all across the country. You got a lot of Republican town halls going on right now, and they were thinking so naively, oh, this is going to be a piece of cake. I'm going to roll in there, answer like 4 questions from some grandma in the county, and then I'll leave here and go sip a martini and find a hooker, because they're all degenerates, of course. But anyway, so they got smacked in the face with reality, bro. These town halls have been absolutely popping. I'm talking about there's an overflow room, there's people out the door waiting to get in, and you have Americans across the political spectrum who are absolutely furious at what's been going on with Trump and Elon. Okay? So I got a whole bunch of these for you. Let's start with this one here. This one is Representative Rich McCormick, and listen to this back and forth.
Tyranny is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king. So I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
Bro, I could watch that 1,000 times. Look at him smiling like
By
an
the
idiot.
way, this is the guy who was yearning to return to the days of child labor on CNN the other day. This is that guy. Standing ovation for a question about what the fuck are you going to do to fight back against this tyrant. Now look at that room, bro. I want you to stop and look at that room. That room, to me, looks very white and very old. In other words, the demographic that is typically supposed to be the most Republican-leaning, a standing ovation to a question that calls Trump a tyrant and says, how are you going to fight back?
I'm not going to give you my best foghorn leghorn response to that. But what I was, you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you. When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected.
Let's go.
The funny thing is,
this is the death. This administration is the death of the both sides fraud, of the false equivalence fraud. Because everybody sees through it now. George Soros was not brought in by Joe Biden to illegally / cancer research for kids and flight safety officials and the entire Department of Education and the entire CFPB, the anti-scam police. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That is happening now. Oh, both sides, bro. You're talking to Republicans. Shut the fuck up. Did Joe Biden's White House ever tweet out a picture of him wearing a crown, calling himself a king?
Exactly.
Did they ever do that? No, I don't think they did.
the funny thing is, you're sitting here and a lot of you would probably say those January 6s who are yelling just as loud as you.
Oh my God. Comparing a room full of concerned voters who are just exercising their democratic responsibility, comparing them to January 6ers. Why? Because they're both human beings? They have legs and arms, and you guys have legs and arms. This is disgusting, bro. Have you guys looked in the mirror? Figured out what's going on with yourselves, bro? You're basically like the Proud Boys. You're basically committing treason by asking me reasonable questions. Oh, my God. Kick the bums out, bro. This guy, oh, my God. Kick this guy out of office. Are you fucking kidding me? These are peaceful people at a town hall asking reasonable questions because their lives are impacted by the dictator.
Bro, seriously.
And you're like, bro, about Joe Biden, bro? What about, like, you're doing January 6th, the Democratic version of January 6th, bro? Which, by the way, again, that proves the death of the false equivalence lie, doesn't it? If this is the Democratic January 6th, well, then the fucking Democrats are about 1 trillion times better, aren't they? Asking reasonable questions at a town hall? Oh, my God. We're just getting warmed up, y'all. We are just getting warmed up, so we got another one here. This one is Representative, I believe, Glenn Grothman, Republican from Wisconsin. Here we go.
At Aldi, you can get all this
Bro,
at everyday low
I've
prices.
said this before, bro. The funniest thing about this is
Like
that
other stores
this
out
is
there.
exactly
Don't
what happened the
overspend on
last
fresh
time
produce,
Trump
quality bread,
was in
and
office.
premium meat.
He's in for a little bit, and everybody hated him, and then the fucking red wave never happened. They're cooked.
President Trump has issued a lot of executive orders. I think by and large this is moving very quickly compared to other administrations, and I think across the board. He's done some very good things. I think he's gotten rid of birthright citizenship.
Illegal as hell. I think somebody at the end there said that's illegal.
Illegal as hell. Yep.
Again, look at the crowd. Very old, very white. Usually the Republicans' key demographic. Here they are booing this asshole. Which, by the way, his example of a good thing is literally the most unconstitutional thing I've ever heard in my life. Birthright citizenship is directly in the Constitution. He's like, I love that he got rid of that thing that's in the Constitution. And in the next breath, this asshole is one of those people who would sing the praises of the Constitution. They don't love the Constitution. They love the idea of the Constitution that they make up in their own head.
Mm-hmm.
Their fake Constitution. I mean, this is unbelievable, right? Which, by the way, and go ahead, give me more examples. I'd love to hear more examples. Oh, he's done great things. Oh, has he? Like when he signed an executive order on day one to raise drug prices. Was that a fantastic thing? Was that a great thing? Or how about when he signed what I'm calling the Fill the Swamp executive order, which said my anti-corruption rules don't apply to my cabinet. They can cash in however they want to cash in. Was that a good thing? Was it a good thing when he pardoned 1,500 January 6ers, which means literally all of them, which means ones that assaulted cops, which means ones that were also, by the way, there are some charges of pedophilia as well. And these people are trying to argue the pardon applies to that too, when I did that too. Please tell me. I'd love to know. What are the good things other than the most unconstitutional thing of all time, which is getting rid of birthright citizenship, which has already been smacked down repeatedly in court? This is the energy we need, guys. Did you see his face after he was confronted? I want you to look at his face. This guy is terrified. They're terrified. They need to be more terrified of going along with Trump than they are for crossing Trump. That's our job. That's our job. Because right now, there's a lot of reporting they fear MAGA violence. Okay, well, if you keep going along with Trump, what you should actually fear is the majority of the population that disagrees with you. So it should be worse for you to go along with Trump than it is to break from Trump. And if you look at his face here, he's shocked. These people live in a bubble. He really thought, like, bro, everybody in the country loves Trump. He just had the biggest landslide victory of all time, even though it wasn't even close to that. Reagan won like 48 of 50 states. This was nowhere near that. This was nowhere near FDR's mandate, where he won 4 presidential elections, and he had 80% of the House and 80% of the Senate at his peak. Donald Trump eked out a squeaker of a victory, right? And by the way, there's a lot of questions around voter suppression around that. Go watch our last episode of Crystal Kyle and Friends. But these people think like this is a colossal mandate. No, it's not. My ass cheeks, it's a colossal mandate. And now he's learning the hard way. He really thought everybody loves Trump, and then here he is in a room full of old white people where they're like, fuck you, fuck him, and the horse y'all rode in on.
I think by and large this is
Watch his
moving
face.
very quickly compared to other administrations, and I think across the board. He's done some very good things. I think.
Look at his face. Look at his face. What we need to be engaged in, y'all, is information warfare. They've waged it on us for a really long time. We've been really lax in fighting back. It's time to wage information warfare. It's time to make it clear where the real power is, what the real opinions of the American people are, what we really think of Elon and Trump. And this is popping that bubble. You can see it in his face. He is stunned that he's getting booed for that. Okay, more. So here is a TikTok video. This guy voted for Trump, and already, he's got some massive regrets. Here we go.
I mean, it wasn't a legal firing.
So he got fired. He lost his job after he voted for Trump. IRS worker.
My performance was good. I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. I was even one of those government employees that went every day of the week. I had to report every Monday through Friday. 7 to 3:30. That was my tour duty, and that's what I served. And here I am. I was a Trump supporter. You know, when he talks about government waste and all that, yes, I'm behind it. I believe there is a lot of stuff in the government that needs fixing. And that's part of the reason why I actually wanted to work for the government, actually, to help change the things that are wrong in the world, you know? And I thought that someone with like his business acumen would have come in with a fine-tooth comb and
His
actually
business
found it,
acumen.
instead of coming in with
Donald Trump's business acumen. That's what he said. This is what happens when you believe with just your ears. Like Donald Trump has been on this earth for like 80 fucking years. And his entire paper trail is failure after failure, bro. Like, without his fucking dad's money and connections, that dude would be working literally in a fucking McDonald's, if not he would be a homeless person. Or in a mental institution somewhere being taken care of. I'm sorry, just checking something on my phone real quick. That was just too hilarious. People are so dumb sometimes.
the wrecking ball and destroying people's lives for no reason.
Bro, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I do feel bad for this guy, but we warned you. We warned you. So many of us were warning you every single step of the way. When they say we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, that's a lie. That's a lie. They're not doing that. We already have ways to do that, and Trump fired those people. The inspectors general, they go after waste, fraud, and abuse. Trump fired most of them within his first week. We also have the GAO, the Government Accountability Office. Their whole job is to find waste, fraud, and abuse. And of course, they're going to take a wrecking ball to that too. This isn't about waste, fraud, and abuse. Elon Musk has like 12 different government agencies that are regulating him because he's a shitty, exploitative boss. And he went in there and took a wrecking ball to the agencies that are supposed to regulate him. Gee, I wonder why he did that. I wonder why he did that. Because he's a robber baron. All he cares about is wealth, profit, and control. And that's what this is about. Who in their right mind would say, firing air traffic controllers when we already have a shortage, that's about getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse. Cutting the funding for biomedical research, like cancer research for kids, that's getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse. Getting rid of the entire Department of Education, that's getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse. Destroying the anti-scam police, the CFPB, that's about getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse. Guys, the whole point of the CFPB was to protect Americans from fraud. So they are taking the pro-fraud position by killing that agency. Why would they be pro-fraud? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because them and all their buddies are criminals who commit fraud on a regular basis? This is what you need to understand. Guys, it's always been a scam. It's always been a scam. Donald Trump is a man who...
Just like them not touching the military budget in any kind of way, who couldn't pass an audit like ever. And we spend double the entire world combined. That's our military budget. And instead of slashing from there, no, let's go after the public stuff, right? The stuff that we actually pay for, need, want, and voted for. Let's do that instead. It's fucking... But they don't touch the military shit. They don't touch none of that. Why? Elon's catching contracts from that shit. A lot of people catching fraudulent ass contracts from our military.
In his first term,
budget,
his number one piece of legislation was massively cutting taxes for the wealthy and corporations. He ran as the anti-outsourcing candidate, saying, I'm going to protect your jobs. Under him, we outsourced 200,000 manufacturing jobs. He presided over a net job loss in total of 2.9 million. 2.3 million people lost health insurance under him. He appointed more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs than any president in history. And then he broke that record the second term when he appointed even more. He filled his NLRB with union busters. His labor department stiffed 8 million workers of overtime pay. This is their ideology. They want an oligarchy. They want a kleptocracy. They want the robber barons to have all the control. They want more income and wealth inequality. Trump admits that half the time when he says, oh, we were our wealthiest in like the 1890s. He's talking about the robber baron era. He's talking about when we had child labor and tenement homes, and income and wealth inequality was absolutely colossal. You didn't have a pot to piss in if you were a regular person, but if you were one of the wealthy ones, you had 4 mansions. God damn it. It drives me crazy, bro. It drives... we warned you. I really... Look, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I really do
There's
feel
no
bad
way.
for all
If
these
you're
people,
a normal person, it should piss you off,
were
bro.
warned. We tried to give you all the details and all the specifics,
It's
all
so
the
annoying.
policies. And look, better late than never. Now it's time for all these people to come out and be like, yeah, I was wrong. These guys are fucking con artists. Because that's what they are. That's what they are. It's that simple. They're con men. Okay, here we have another town hall. This one, I believe, is like a phone town hall or something like that, like a virtual town hall. Here we go.
This was a teletown hall, telephone town hall. Also last night, this was Republican Congresswoman Stephanie Bice of Oklahoma.
I'm a registered Republican voter, retired active Army officer. How can you tell me that Doge, with some college whiz kids from a computer terminal in Washington, D.C., without even getting out into the field, after about a week or maybe 2, has determined that it's okay to cut veterans' benefits?
I think a couple things. Let me give you an example. Did you know that the VA was in charge of payments for illegals for housing? Basically, the VA.
No, I'd like for you to send me. Could you send me that reference so I could research that? Because no, I'm not aware of that. And I would tell you that that's a red herring, a false flag. If you're throwing that kind of political stuff
Cook
up,
her
trying
ass.
to cut veterans' benefits, that's very alarming to me.
We need... Okay,
Cook her
this is an
ass.
important moment, y'all. Plant a flag in this moment here. I'm not sure I've ever
Cook
in my
her
life
ass, dude.
heard a Republican basically try to fact-check a right-wing lie in my life. Usually, any sort of bullshit explanation you get, yep, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, immigrants suck, trans people suck, whatever lie you're telling about them, yeah, we're down with it. But now, and again, it's classic, the cuts are impacting these people. And so now when they're told, oh, actually, they're only cutting the program that helps illegals, and they're like, really? I got a buddy who lost his job. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? They just decided they're going to cut off all telehealth for, it was either Medicare or Medicaid. I'm blanking on which one it was. But they're going to cut all that off. Well, some people need to use telehealth because they have a condition that they can't get to the fucking doctor. Somebody was saying my dad has this chronic dizzy condition where he has to do it by phone, his doctor's appointment. They're getting rid of it. They're getting rid of it.
Yeah.
So you can, what do I say?
A fucked
all the
up
time.
equilibrium.
Reality always catches up. Now, Trump has been a master of basically averting reality his entire political career, but reality is catching up. And people are noticing. Oh, would you look at that? We're losing thousands of jobs in Alabama that were paid for with federal money because they do a lot of biomedical research there at the university. Well, you can't just sort of ignore that. That has consequences. Cutting the FAA at the same time, we're 90% understaffed. We're understaffed in 90% of the towers for air traffic controllers. Reality's catching up. 9 plane crashes since Trump got in office. They can't keep getting away with it. Especially when it's this brazen, they're moving this fast, and they're breaking this much stuff.
That is the kind of reaction these members are facing, even from Republican voters in Republican districts. This is the scene in West Bend, Wisconsin, with Republican Congressman Scott Fitzgerald. Watch.
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry.
Again, look at this. This looks like an ad for the AARP.
Mm-hmm.
Old white people, and they're like, hey, man, I'm sick of this. This is a demographic that is overwhelmingly Republican.
The end result of the fraud and abuse that has been discovered already.
Look at his face.
Yep.
Deer in headlights. There ain't no fraud being discovered.
No. Hold on.
There
I
ain't
don't
no
agree with
abuse
that.
being
I don't
discovered.
agree. Hold on. I don't agree with Kyle there. That ain't deer in the headlights. That's oh shit. That face right there is they're not biting. They're not biting. The fucking population isn't dumb enough yet. We fucked up. That's what that face is right there. Our population isn't dumb enough yet. We fucked up. This was too soon. That's what that is.
It's like when Elon came out the other day. We have 150-year-olds who are getting Social Security. Wrong. That's the way they code it into the system. There's no 150-year-olds getting Social Security. In fact, there's a law that cuts off Social Security benefits guaranteed at 115. That we know the fraud rate in Social Security. People act like we don't know this. We know it. It's 0.84%. It's a very.
That's crazy, by the way. Right? Like, imagine we as a society start living to 115 past that, right? Because that's not impossible to think. You know what I mean? That shit is not possible. Is not impossible to think. So what? So the more advanced we get and the more health we get, we just start getting our shit taken? Like, why would you automatically stop it? Like, I could see... Well, because they don't have foresight, and it just... But to make a law is just weird. That's just weird. It makes no... Who the fuck is living 115 years old?
Very low fraud rate, and it's mostly from slight overpayments. So he comes out, he says the most untrue things in the world, and then he goes, yeah, we could probably cut like 50% from it. 50% from the most popular government program in the country, a program that took the senior poverty rate from 30% down to 10%. You're going to go in there with a hatchet and start swinging away at it? You must have lost your damn mind, bro. You must be in the deepest ketamine hole of all time. Look at this guy's face. Deer in headlights. Oh, waste, fraud, abuse. Oh, really? Waste, fraud, and abuse?
Like I said,
is that what it was when you cut child cancer research? Is that getting rid of waste?
Oh, shit.
All right, so I also want to show you this.
That is not deer in the
Oregon
headlights.
U.S. Representative
that
Cliff
dude knows
Vance
his
tried to make it through his usual routine
cooked.
Wednesday, February 19th.
He ain't getting reelected.
La Grande, whatever it is. But the crowd was not having it. Residents from Union County and across eastern Oregon filled nearly all 435 seats at Eastern Oregon University's Mackenzie Theater for the opportunity to address the Republican from Ontario. Even more people packed themselves into the side aisles and stood right outside the theater doors to listen in. See? Look what's happening. A vocal majority of the audience expressed frustration and anger with President Donald Trump's executive orders and the firing of thousands of federal workers and the actions of the Elon Musk-led Department of Government Efficiency. And then Josh Marshall points out, this is in the article, the crowd again started shouting, tax Elon, tax the wealthy, tax the rich, and tax the billionaires.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, they should be thankful that this is what's being chanted. Because you know what? It ain't going to be too long in the future that the chant goes from this to deport Elon Musk, and then it's going to be arrest Elon Musk.
Yep.
And then eventually, these people are going to be fed up, and they're going to say, it's time to make guillotines great again. That's the direction we're going, because they're overreaching.
Do it
they're
like how
out over their
France did it
skis,
back
they're
in the
going way
day.
too far. All of this is illegal. All of this is unconstitutional, and it is hurting people all across this country. And then finally, it's already caught up, y'all. It's already caught up. So we have this, Polling USA. Look at this. Approval of Elon Musk shutting down federal programs he decides are unnecessary. Ready? Disapprove 52%. The approval number is 26%. So the American people are looking at what Elon is doing, and only 26% of them are saying, yeah, we like this. God damn. One more. Look at this, bro. Look at this, bro. This is crazy. We just had the election was a little over a month ago, bro. Or, well, the election was over a month ago. Trump had...
This is the same thing that happened the last time he was president. I don't understand why they voted for him again. Why they thought they were gonna... I just don't know. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I have a feeling that this mistake is going to cost Republicans maybe the next few presidencies. Not a couple. Not just the next one. This shit might cost them the next... There might be 24... No, what is it? $16 years of Democrats in the presidential seat. At least 32. No, 16 to 24 years. No, I'm still doing that math wrong. 16 to 20. Yeah, 16 to 20 years. That's what that's what I meant. $16 to 20 years. F around and find out, bro.
had got in office a month ago. But anyway, you know the deal. It was a few months back. Who would you rather see? Would you rather see the next Congress controlled by Democrats, 54%, Republicans, 41%, 13 points, 13-point difference. He's been in office a month. A month. I told you early on that I think when all's said and done, at some point in Trump's term, he's going to be looking at a George W. Bush approval rating or a Dick Cheney approval rating. Right? I think that's what's going to happen. Elon's already fucking there. Elon's recent polls, 34% support him. Never mind 26% supporting what Doge is doing. It's going to happen, bro. You're going to look at, it'll be 35% for a while. It'll go as low as 30. He might be looking at the 20-some-odd percentile range. 20-something% is on the way. This is completely and utterly untenable, and it's already caught up with them. And again, it's only been a month. This is a record downfall. Record downfall. And it's only going to get worse. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well.
Oh my God. This right here, this is crazy. This is old already, though. Beasley's late on this one. Or he's just re-putting it up. But this is crazy. Bro. Like, how is that even real? How is that even real?
Hey
We're going to
guys,
watch it.
did you
I
know
like
some
Luke Beasley.
drivers are
The jokes are a
ditching
little
their
whatever,
car
but
insurance and they're doing
his content is still
this
good.
Instead. Now, the reason why you may be overpaying for car insurance
Young dudes, really.
is because a big chunk of your...
What sort of unconventional
This is
segment I have for you now.
crazy.
A lady, we'll keep her unnamed. We're not trying to call her out in any specific way, but who you saw on screen
Bro, that
there,
bitch came out from under a bridge for real.
posted a video.
Holy
She's
smokes.
a MAGA person. At least that's what she's being described as. And, I almost couldn't get myself to cover this. Jaden came to me. He said, Luke. He said, Luke, sir.
It's because it's old.
Please cover this wacky video. And I thought, something feels uncomfortable. You know, you'll see what I mean when I play it.
3
Something
minutes
feels
ago.
a little bit off about this. But then I decided, no, it was posted. We can cover it. And we'll try to bleep things out. So hopefully this doesn't get flagged any type of way, because it's pretty aggressive language. But here we go. And then I have a lot to talk about. We're just doing a little bit of a walk down MAGA Street. Okay, we're just going to check in on some MAGA Batamians, as I've heard some people describe them as, and have a little bit of fun with it. If you appreciate the show, please do click the subscribe button. So here is unnamed MAGA lady upset. I can't really figure out what she's upset about, but liberals, for sure. So here we go as my computer's glitching. Let's do it.
That's crazy. I thought that was in the...
And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist And Jasper County, I'm coming for you. You I'm coming for you. Yeah. Oh, legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms,
On your terms. You mean the law's terms?
That's crazy. How is that a real person?
We'll do it on your terms,
Yo, that looks like those rubber masks they rob banks with.
Our government needs stopped. Stopped.
Yeah, this was shortly before Trump got elected, but I saw it was going viral. You know, in a sense, are you all you thinking, that's wild, that's crazy?
Fuck yeah.
But have you never felt this feeling a little bit? Because this is about me when the coffee maker breaks.
Sexist.
Jesus
This
Christ,
is about
Beasley.
me when you go through the fast food line and they're like, sorry, the milkshake machine's broken. And you know that it's
That's
not.
fair.
Cause,
That's fair.
Because you know that they just say that when they're not in the mood to make milkshakes. I mean, this is about me.
No, but they don't want to clean it.
This is this is about me when I know I have to get up early the next morning, but I can't get myself to go to bed because that TV show is just too good, and so I'm watching the time tick by.
Come on,
and then I
Beasley,
look
don't
at myself
sell
in the
yourself
mirror and I
short.
say,
You know that is not you.
This is me
Her
when
face is so
producer Jane
insane.
comes into work grumpy.
Sexist.
There's no way she's a real person.
Okay, you get the point. Yeah, so a little funky again. I think you can tell why I'm uncomfortable covering it, but it already went viral somewhere else. It's not my fault. And it
Bro,
did remind
AI
me
couldn't do a better
of,
job making a
little bit more
fucking
prominent of a
insane
MAGA
person.
figure who maybe this is where she learned that behavior from. This is Alex Jones.
What the hell? And he's exposing Jeffrey Epstein and the CIA. Hell, last week he put out tweets about the CIA at war with America. God almighty. Jones sold out retweeting that. God, I apologize to all of you. I'm sorry. I sold out. I tried to stop the pedophile rings, the giant Muslim kidnapping rings. I'm sorry. I kissed Elon Musk's ass.
He still has a show?
You see, it's very similar. Maybe she's an Alex Jones fan.
We're so close to getting the globalists. I want their throat. I want victory. And now you can see it. And you guys think you're going to harass Elon Musk and push him off of supporting Trump and divide Trump and Elon? You're not.
Whoa, has he gotten crazier?
Oh, let's continue.
Holy shit, he has actually gone crazier.
For weight loss.
My man shaved his head and went actually shaved out his brain cells.
Haven't heard that the average.
That's something. Now, as we continue through, there's a UFC fighter named Bryce Mitchell, and I just want y'all to know we're just
good
having
old
fun.
Brycey
We're just
boy.
looking at different peeps, checking in, what's going on in MAGAville. I'm not trying to say that generally the right is flat earthers, obviously not, but there are some. There's a little bit of a movement, and I think it's interesting to take note of because when you start making admirable the rejection for its sake of any professional consensus, any consensus of expertise, which is what MAGA is now doing, right? You're saying, well, now we've all the scientific experts and all the institutions that do research that the liberals, like, we reject it all, and we sort of are incentivized to take the opposite position. Then yes, naturally that's gonna get, for some of them, granted probably a small percentage, but some people on the right, it's gonna get to, well, why do we believe the earth is anything other than flat then? This is Bryce Mitchell, again, a UFC fighter, who I think said he wanted to homeschool his kids so that, among other reasons, they won't be gay. Man, the power they give to the gay is something else, huh?
Dude, I'm not stupid. Let me tell you what
He's
I
not
mean.
stupid.
Here's a picture of the circle of the earth, supposedly, if you believe in a globe. And the red circle is the helicopter. When the helicopter ascends above the earth's surface, it now has a larger flight path around the earth. As in, when the earth, the inside circle, the black circle, does one full rotation.
Are you following?
The red circle, or the flight of the helicopter, actually has to cover more distance to get back to the same spot. That's what I meant, okay? If you don't understand geometry of spheres and circles, that's going to go right over your head. But what I said makes perfect sense, and I'm actually a lot smarter than a lot of y'all think. Some of y'all can't even keep up with me. That's the sad part. This is basic geometry. Some of y'all might not be able to understand what I'm saying. But God bless you, and keep doing your own research.
That kid.
But what is that even
all
reference?
of
Like,
ours
what is he trying to actually?
Us right now. Ah, stop,
Like, what does that
please,
mean?
Stop.
Like, he's
No,
not
if you ever find
wrong,
yourself
but
saying,
what is that? What
if you ever find
what
yourself
does
saying
that
the
prove?
phrase, I'm actually a lot smarter than you think I am. I'm not gonna finish. Just don't. Okay, don't say that. Trust me, it doesn't. Yeah, you're wrong. So then Candace Owens, who's a really big right-wing figure, she also is sort of flirting with flat eartherism.
Just imagine being married to me. My poor husband, he rolls over. He's like, what are you reading? And I feel like a regular wife says something, I don't know, maybe a love series, Nora Roberts, sweeping her away. Me, on the other hand, he rolled over, he asked me, and I said, oh, I'm reading a flat earth theory. And it dawned into an entire conversation. He's like, why are you reading a flat earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Manect about it, and they included some links. And
Literally never heard Manect.
Yeah.
Is that what she said?
That's what she said.
Me on Manect about it. And
I don't even know what that is. There's like new right-wing platforms by the day.
And they included some links, and I'm just reading them. I don't know. I'm just an interested person. No matter what, if there's a bunch of people that believe something.
Why did she have to tell him, I don't know, I'm just reading it? Like, was he coming at
pushed
you?
me on this, and he was talking about the Earth curvature and science, and I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody.
I'm a nonpartisan earther. I like to take a centrist approach on Earth.
I'm not a round earther. Is crazy.
You know, I think that things have gotten so divided that I don't want to alienate people.
I'm
by
not a
going
round
around
earther
and
is
calling them
the most craziest thing I
or
think I've ever heard someone say.
Is round. I don't want to.
That's got to be crazier than saying I'm a flat earther.
Must I show you how it's done?
I see myself as above politics in that sense. You know what I mean? I want to be above the fray. I want to be above partisanship on Earth.
Round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science. Because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith.
So
what?
You know when you see people talking?
Oh my God!
You can
It's a
tell
pagan
in
faith.
their head there's a little them. So for her, there's a little Candace in there that's going, yes. Oh, that was good. Oh, you're a genius. Because what really science is just a religion. And then little Candace goes, get it, girl. That's it. Killing it. the pride of some people as they're
Okay,
saying something
his
that
comedy's
they think is
hitting
really
today.
profound and when it's not is silly because no, of course, science is not dedicating oneself to a rigid or sacred set of beliefs. It is a mechanism or an approach to observation and empirical thinking. And so it's a process that can constantly improve our understanding of things, not a list of things that are believed in, regardless of how observations and that process of researching and delving into subjects changes. It's not even close to what she just described it as. But it sounds, often there's this, well, I just don't think there's a lot of evidence for, or I think even Bryce was talking about not even the shape or the curvature, but how it rotates on its axis. And, you know, I'd encourage him to look into star trails. As it appears stars move, that would really be an indication of the movement of the Earth or the measurement of Earth's
Carl Sagan showed how the ancients knew that the Earth was round. And it's the most simplest and genius thing that they could have done. Knowing that in the ancient times, there were especially in Egypt, right? Because this is exactly where I'm going with this, in Egypt. We all know that in Egypt, they have a lot of obelisks, right? That's, for those who don't know what an obelisk is, that's what the Washington Monument is, right? That big ass stick in front of the lake there. Not stick, but the really tall structure with the right in front of the reflection pool. They had sent two different people. No. What they did was one person at a certain time of day went to one obelisk, measured the shadow cast, then went to another obelisk that's however many miles away, measured and recorded its shadow at the same time, right? And let me show you the example that he used. Let me see if I have a paper somewhere or something real quick. Because this, you could see this, right? Land, right? Flat, or just plain, a plane. I'm going to use Q-tips for this because that's what I have right on hand right here. All right. Right? Let me see if I can make it so that the shadows can be shown somehow. Oh, because it's white, it's going to mess up the camera image. Let me see. Can it be seen from here? Okay. When you bend it, right, from the one light source, well, you guys could do this when you're at your house. But when you bend it, the way the shadows look from the same point of light, they come off differently, right? So the one shadow, let me set this back up. The one shadow that you see, bro, I wish my camera would show this correctly. Either way, you could do this at your house. You put them both straight, and you can see that they took it. When you have a slight curve, one shadow looks completely different than the other one. They knew this in ancient Egypt. The Greeks knew this. Motherfucking everybody knew it. You know who didn't know it? The dumbass white people who fucking spawned in goddamn Europe. That's who didn't know. And then those rich ass dumb motherfuckers who were just like, well, I got all the money and I don't feel like learning anything, so just believe what I tell you, decided that the earth was fucking flat. Like, it's just, this shit is just stupid, bro. Movement of the stars. I mean, bro, ancient people knew the precession of the equinoxes. People in ancient times were recording the way our stars and planets moved. Ancients knew that we were not in the center, which Catholics swore up and down, and Christians swore up and down we were in the center of the universe. Crazy.
Or satellites having to move if they want to stay over one part of the Earth, indicating the movement, or the Coriolis effect, or so many other things that they could themselves look into before going public with, well, how do we really know? Because there actually is a bunch of
we have
literature
GPS
on the subject that we're now very curious about. You also had Candace Taylor, a Republican who ran for governor at one point. We've talked about this before.
More and more, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. So is it or not? I don't know 100%, but it's just, it doesn't make sense.
What the fuck is this? Jesus? Guns? Jesus, period, guns, period. What? This is what religious people think.
The other way. Now that you see it.
The people that defend the globe don't know anything about the globe, because if they knew a tenth of what Matt and I know about the globe, they would be flat earthers, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
I can't unsee this. All the globes everywhere. I turn on TV, there's globes in the background. There's globes on there right here. Like, this would be a globe if I was a normal person. Like, everywhere there's
This
globes.
would be a globe if I was a
I mean,
normal
it's
person.
constant. My children will be like, Mama, globe, 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 globe. They're everywhere.
Why are you bringing your children into this? The only reason they would be saying that is because you've told them that there's something suspicious about it.
Yes, exactly.
I see globes everywhere. You could do the same. I see American flags everywhere. What are they trying to say? Sometimes they're just things. We like things. We live on an Earth, so we put the Earth in.
Beasley, show off your globe.
Plaster it everywhere.
Everywhere. And that's what they do to brainwash. And so for me, if it is not a conspiracy, if it is, real, why are you pushing so hard? Everywhere I go, every store, you buy a globe. There's globes everywhere. Every movie, every TV show, news media. Why?
Candace. Jaden reminded me of something while that clip was playing. Pom pom pom.
There it is.
I've signed up for the cult of Earth. I subscribe to the religion of Earth.
He's a round earther.
Anyways, why would I have this if it wasn't some conspiracy?
I want.
I mean, obviously, Beasley's pushing an agenda. He's a
At Overseas Adventure
globalist.
Travel, we believe the best.
It's a good question. The more you know. This was really
A
funny.
globether?
Blair Erskine posted
Round
this
earther
video
is
imitating
still
Candace Taylor.
crazy.
I've shown this as well.
I'm not a scientist because that is a made-up job, but I know that the Earth is flat, okay? Because if the Earth was
I'm not a
round,
scientist.
why
It's a
wouldn't maps
made-up
be
job.
flat? They can never answer that, okay? And people want to be like, well, if the Earth is flat, then what about night and day? I don't know. Let me think about it. Maybe because the Earth is double-sided and God flips us over when it's time for us to go to bed and flips us back over when it's time for us to wake up, like I do with my husband. Like, use your brain. Use your head for a minute. If the Earth was round like a globe,
She's troll. This is a
everything
troll,
would be falling
right?
off of it. All the oceans will be dripping down it like ice cream. Okay?
This is a
Unless
troll?
The Earth is a DQ blizzard where nothing falls out. But even then, sometimes things do fall out, and they do have to give you your money back. So that doesn't really make sense to me. They're trying so hard to make us think the Earth is a globe. I see globes on TV, globes at my children's school. I
Okay,
saw a
this
globe
is
at Hobby
satire.
Lobby, a place of worship. Hobby Lobby. There was a globe there.
Okay, this
If
is
I were a
satire.
normal
I was
person, there
gonna
would be a
say,
globe
bro.
behind
Oh
me,
my
and
God.
I have a rotary telephone that's not hooked up to anything, so Bill Gates can't track me. Okay?
So again, the reason I think it's important occasionally to
I
check
see
in on
almost
this
broke
and
character right there.
point to the absurdity of some of the ideas that are getting more oxygen than they did
Okay.
a few years ago, is to point to the danger of making, they always talk about sheep. Oh, if you believe in scientific research, then you're a sheep and you just blah, blah, blah. And what is, by their own standard, as culty, if not more, is blindly believing the opposite of any professional, any expert consensus. So the consensus based on overwhelming evidence about the characteristics of the Earth, it's not because people just want to blindly believe something, but because of the empirical evidence. And so whenever on vaccines, on the election, on all these different subjects, when to bolster a MAGA narrative that they care more about, they undermine the very idea of empirical mechanisms of deriving truth, it then does open up for some of them, a complete state of being lost. Just sort of, now they're just floating where they can't grab onto any pillar of truth, and they just start going, well, maybe everything I thought I knew was wrong. Because I've been told you can't believe any experts on anything. I can't believe any of these evidentially backed consensuses. And so I have to just question everything. And then I think they get into a state of turmoil where some of the most basic subjects they're confused about. And I do empathize. And I wish they would come back, for lack of a better term, bring their feet back onto earth. Share your thoughts in the comments.
Fact. Fresh meat.
Bruh. Do I give secular talk another 15 minutes? There's... If y'all don't watch this, this is definitely worth watching. This man will give you faith in the court systems. Let me see. All right,
y'all. It's happening. It is happening. Everybody calm down. Everybody relax. Relax. It's happening. I'd like to think I have something to do with this. Put in the comment section below if you think I had something to do with this. I don't know if I'm tooting my own horn here too much. I don't know if I'm off the mark. But I like to think maybe I played a tiny role in this, okay? This is in the Daily Beast. Joe Rogan fans are done with his Elon Musk obsession. You know, for a long time, it's me and people like me, we thought we were taking the crazy pills, right? That this, like, the #1 podcast in the world and just been so dominant for so long, and it's like you listen to some of it and you're like, who the fuck is watching this, bro? Like, who's watching this? It's literally the jack-off Elon Musk hour. Like, what are we doing here? But it caught up. It caught up with him. The popular podcast appears to have switched gears since the November polls. Joe Rogan fans are starting to hate how much he loves Elon Musk, the podcast juggernaut shot to fame for lively discussions of largely non-political topics. But that seems to have changed since President Donald Trump won the election, thanks in part to podcast bros like Rogan. A Reddit community with 1.5 million subscribers dedicated to discussing all things Rogan has grown exasperated with the host constantly fawning over Musk, who he described as a super genius in a recent episode. Oh, that's not even half of the glazing, bro.
Seriously.
That's just like a little tiny speck of the glazing that normally happens on this show. Rogan has mentioned Musk by name on all but 2 of the 14 episodes released since Trump's inauguration, according to Politico. The billionaire Doge chief has also appeared on the show 5 times. Quote, The way he fawns over Elon is really off-putting. One Reddit comment reads, "It's literally hard to watch," another fan said. Joe and his anti-elite billionaire friends are becoming the swamp they've always hated. One comment called Rogan state-run propagandist media.
Wow.
The Joe Rogan Experience was recently overtaken by the anti-Trump podcast Midas Touch. Okay, I'm going to give you more on that in a second, but let me see. Last time I read this article, I clicked on the thing. So there's a thing here about Elon and Doge. Okay. It's kind of scary how many people in this country genuinely believe that a person's financial success is a direct measure of their intelligence. Yes!
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Rando on Joe Rogan subreddit. That's exactly right. And this is one of the things that Rogan has fell for so long. This idea of we already live in a meritocracy, right? Everything's already fair. Everything's already...
And what's crazy about that is, like, motherfucking Joe Rogan, you call yourself an ape all the time. You call yourself dumb all the time. Well, I'm too stupid to understand this shit. And you have fucking... And I quote, Joe Rogan has said he has fuck you money. Bro, you know how much money fuck you money is, bro? Like, I know normal people don't. And he still thinks that because you have money, like, dude, you don't even think, he doesn't even think he's smart. Why would he think someone else is smart just because of cash flow, bro? Like, Jesus.
Pretty just. So if somebody becomes a billionaire, they're just a mega genius. They just work harder than everybody else. They're just smarter than everybody else. And that is, especially when it comes to Elon, that is immensely preposterous. Some of the hardest working people I've ever known in my life were working 2 or 3 jobs and barely at the poverty line, if that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember in high school sitting there watching my friend Kevin bust his ass and, wasn't reaping the rewards. And I thought, wow, we've been sold such a massive lie, haven't we? Some of the hardest working people are living at the poverty line or under the poverty line. We have millions of literally working poor people in this country. They work a full-time job. They don't make enough money to survive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to not see the glaring issues with that. And look, for
Dude,
Elon
all
Musk,
the
one
poor
of the big
people
things,
in this country have fucking
how
jobs.
many red flags can there be before you wake up to some of them? Right? Like, for example, this is low-hanging fruit.
Like,
But
everybody
remember
who's
when he
poor
claimed
has
to
a
be,
fucking
like, one
job,
of the
has
best
2
video
jobs,
game
has
players in
3
the world for a
jobs.
couple specific games, and then he live streamed himself playing one of those games, and all of the pros in that gaming community said, "Bro, he literally has no idea what he's doing. Like, he's not even good at it. He's not even good. Never mind one of the best players in the world." And he had lied relentlessly about how he's one of the best in the world. In order to be one of the best in the world, you got to play all day, every day, and basically do nothing but that. Homie, you got more than 13 kids. You got 1,000 fucking businesses. You've illegally taken over the government. And we're supposed to believe, oh yeah, he's just one of the best. Like, he's trying to sell this myth of, like, I'm the most intelligent person that's ever lived. And it's just, he's high in his own supply. He looks like a fucking idiot because he is. If he's willing to lie about that, you're the richest man in the world and you felt the need to lie about being one of the top video game players in the world for some specific games? If he feels the need to lie about that, he's lying about fucking everything, bro. He's lying about everything. He is #1 in PR and marketing. It's very Trumpian. That's what Trump did too. It's all about, he wants to try to make you believe in something bigger than yourself, right? And he wants to be that thing. Another comment. Joe, this guy laid off 10% of his workers to make sure he got a $56 billion bonus. You don't get $400 billion net worth without being wildly greedy.
I mean,
This goes
seriously.
on, bro. I actually got some fire memes from this subreddit. There was there's like a picture of somebody chugging water, and it says like, Elon Musk's piss is the water, and the woman drinking it says Joe Rogan. Oh, people are waking up to it, bro. People are waking up to it. I'm very happy people are waking up to
That's
it. 'Cause
crazy.
it really is humiliating. And the other thing, like, the way he religiously dodges any and all stories about how much of a fucking idiot and an asshole Elon Musk is, it's just, like, I know you've seen the stories. I know you've seen the story about Elon Musk illegally slashing NIH funding, which includes cancer research for kids. I know you saw that. I know you saw Elon bragging about destroying the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is the anti-scam police, and then in his replies, even a bunch of Elon supporters and MAGA supporters going, hold on,
That
this
was
is one of the
just
good
fucking
government
sick.
agencies. This has nothing to
Yeah.
do with waste, fraud, and abuse. This agency got my money back to me when I was robbed by a bank. I know Rogan's seen it. I know he's seen it. I know when he saw the Nazi salute that he went, yeah, that kind of looks like that. I know it. But then he gets in front of the public and he's like, bro, Elon, bro, he's like special, bro. Elon's like special. His little bit he does where he's like, oh, my little puny brain can't possibly compete.
That's what he
with
says
Elon
all the
Musk.
time. My puny
Yes,
little brain.
Elon. Yes, where's the baby?
That's
Elon
the
Musk?
shit he says all the
I
time.
really leaned
My
in hard on
puny
this one
little
too,
brain.
and I guess a lot of other people were as well. This, like it's humiliating just how much he sucks off robber barons now. Like every other week, he's got on some robber baron.
He has
who, like,
so
has
much
committed
goddamn
fraud
money
58
too. Like,
times.
I don't understand
and is,
why
like, rigging the government to give
why he
themselves
does
more
it.
tax
Like,
cuts
buddy, you
as
got
they
like
cut the social
25
safety
years
net.
left on Earth.
And he just has these
What the
conversations.
fuck
They
are you
lie to
doing?
everybody. They lie to everybody's face, and you go, oh,
But Joe
well,
Rogan's
I
like
didn't know about this. Is
65,
Joe Rogan
almost
sitting there
70
saying shit like
years
that.
old.
Well, now this is the first time I have ever seen this man, even in the tiniest way, slightly disagree with Elon. So you ready for this? One of the things Elon's been going around saying is, well, we have a lot of people in Social Security who are 150 years old, and they're getting checks. And then, like, every fact checker in the world, every expert in the world came out and said, that is 100% not true. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? And it had something to do with how they coded in the system. And there's even literally, like, it cuts off guaranteed for everybody over 115 years old anyway. Like, that's in there. Doesn't matter. He's lying. And he literally went on to say we can cut, like, 50% of Social Security to be okay. Oh, my God. It's the most popular government program in the country. It keeps your grandma out of poverty. The poverty rate before Social Security was 30% for old people. Now it's all the way down to 10% because of Social Security. So anyway, everybody and their mother, like,
Let
was
me
like,
take
Elon, you're fucking
that
wrong.
fucking
And
money
even
they take
had
out of
some
your
government
check,
agency release a statement.
and let
oh,
me
some
take
people have
half of
said,
it.
and there's this false claim that's been
Let
reported
it
about
not even
150-year-olds.
pay into
Turns
your
out that's not true.
retirement
That was their
from when
way
you
of
need to be
walking it
taken
back
care
a
of when
little
you're
bit, right?
old.
And
'Cause
Trump
you know you
even
ain't gonna have no
repeated the lie.
401k.
Trump repeated that, which is mental.
You're not gonna have a
was saying
steady
the same
fucking
thing. Okay.
retirement plan. The last
Well,
thing
Joe on
most
his
of
show,
us
listen to what
fucking
he
have
says.
is
Ready?
Social Security.
Now they're talking about Social Security.
Yeah.
And that people are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. But I don't think that is the reality as it's being explained by people who understand COBOL, the language, and this computer programming language that they use is ancient, right? Which is kind of crazy that they're still using that, right?
It's the government. I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
some guy who understands it was explaining that if certain factors aren't taken into consideration or certain things aren't entered in, like date of birth or when there's certain things
or date of death, or,
right?
Yeah,
but it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks.
Right. They're just listed on the files.
Right.
And it doesn't mean money's going out to them. And so, yeah, again, from a messaging perspective, does Elon need to screenshot that and then send it out as a tweet or whatever we call X nowadays, and then suddenly you've got a couple million people going, oh my God, we're paying dead people. Well,
right. That's the problem with being hyperbolic.
Hyperbolic. He's being hyperbolic. I'm going to try not to be the biggest dick in the world, right? Because this is the first time I think he's ever disagreed with Elon, insofar as I know. But this is the most you're going to get from the truth teller. This is the most you're going to get. Elon, I don't necessarily think that the thing that you're saying is necessarily true. I think that maybe it's a little hyperbolic when you say it. He's a fucking liar, Joe. He's a liar. He's a liar. Okay?
Like the fucking
By the
rest
way,
of them.
We already have parts of the government that their whole purpose is to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, the thing that Trump and Elon claim they're doing. We have the inspectors general. Their whole purpose is to go after waste, fraud, and abuse. Guess what? Trump fired them. He fired them. We also have the GAO, Government Accountability Office. They go after waste, fraud, and abuse. And then DOJ comes in, completely illegal, completely unconstitutional, hack into our treasury, steal everybody's data, right? Delete programs they don't like, delete agencies they don't like, based on nothing. Again, completely illegal. We know, as a matter of fact, what the fraud rate is in Social Security, and it's actually, insofar as government programs go, it's one of the programs with the least amount of fraud. It's 0.84% fraud, and that usually happens in the form of slight overpayments to people. Those are the facts. That's what we know, right? So Elon, who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and he's a liar, goes out there, starts hacking around in the back of all of our programs. Has Joe commented on the fact that there are about a dozen federal agencies that have investigations into Elon for his businesses, for his his labor abuses, for his exploitative practices vis-a-vis his workers. And that Elon went in there and started disassembling the exact agencies which regulate his ass. At the same time, he's going in front of the public saying, oh, if I have any conflict of interest, I won't touch those programs. And Trump's like, that's right, we wouldn't let him touch it. Meanwhile, every fucking day, he's going after government agencies that regulate his ass. There's a reason he killed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because him and all of his robber baron buddies are criminals. They commit fraud on a regular basis. Mark Andreessen, who you had on your podcast, is a fraudster. And he was lying about the CFPB to Joe Rogan's face, saying, oh, this is Elizabeth Warren's personal agency, and they debank conservatives. None of that's true. She came up with the idea, but it's not her personal agency, and they do the opposite. They've protected people from debanking, and they've returned money to Americans when they're defrauded by credit card companies and big financial institutions and Wall Street. So this is the best you're going to get, bro. This is the best you're going to get. This right here is Joe Rogan roaring in to fact check Elon Musk. But ready? So actions have consequences, right? Actions have consequences. And Joe tried to do this the other week where he's like, who, me, bro? Me, bro? You know, I got like some Democratic ideas. I got some Republican ideas. I'm not part of like any team or anything, bro. Oh, really? Spare me. You endorsed Donald Trump. You endorsed him. As he sat there and lied to your face, too, for fucking 3 hours. But that's another conversation for a different day. I never said lock her up about Hillary. I never said that, Joe. Joe's like, oh, dude, really? Oh. I never said it. Cut to the fucking thing of him doing it like 15 times. Of course he said lock her up. It was like basically one of his unofficial campaign slogans. He never said that,
no,
right?
100%.
Also lied about
Every
the election,
single fucking
being stolen when it
thing.
wasn't in 2020, right? And he sucks off Elon every day, as you all know. But, so actions have consequences. Look at this. The Midas Touch podcast grew its reach by 101% in the past month, raking in 56 million downloads and views across audio platforms and YouTube. Data as of February 18th showed. Joe Rogan's show came in second place with 48.6 million downloads and views, down by 32% over the last month.
Wow.
Midas Touch, the
That's
anti-Trump
crazy.
podcast, up 101%. Dethrones the king, Joe Rogan, who collapsed 32%. It's nice to see
That's
that the truth is catching
crazy.
up to the lies. It's nice to see that, because as a general rule...
Bro, that statistic is crazy. 101% rise. And then Joe Rogan fell off by 32%. That is crazy.
Rule, you know, the lie gets all the way around the world before the truth can get its pants on. But it's finally catching up to Rogan. Because there's just too much meat riding, too much glazing, too much robber baron pleasuring, too much greasy hand jobs to bloated losers who've ruined our economy and corrupted our government, right? So it's about time everybody woke up, right? And the other thing is, and this will be my final point, how many times can you have the same fucking conversation? How many oh, wokeness is really bad, bro. These college kids are so woke, bro. They don't even let you tell jokes anymore, bro. You got that every other episode. Not maybe, probably every fucking episode. Right? Elon, bro. Elon's so smart, bro. He's really saving the country by cutting cancer research for kids and the Department of Education and flight safety officials, bro.
What an asshole Elon is.
You know, and the Democrats are so bad. They're so corrupt. Let's talk about how corrupt Nancy Pelosi is. Funny. He's got so much to say about that. Doesn't say a fucking word about Trump running a crypto scam on his own supporters 2 days before his inauguration and stealing billions of dollars from them. Nothing to say about that. Zip. Zero. So again, spare me. Just fucking spare me with this. It looks like the truth is finally catching up to Rogan, and it's nice to see. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Wait, they updated Mirage?
Hey there, don't
Hold
skip
on.
this. You won't last.
Gotta check out some item
It's time to go
content.
deep.
Nice, everyone.
Wait, he's playing Ash.
This was from a video of mine last week. Mirage was pointless. Half of his kit was completely countered by the 4-second scan and Assault Legends when they crack an opponent. This guy was invisible healing, but I just casually took the balloon and killed him in the open. Fortunately, Apex have fixed this issue. Not only have they reduced the Assault class scan from 4 seconds to 2 seconds, they fixed the health bar showing up from Mirage specifically. The difference that I feel playing Mirage now compared to last week is ginormous. Every season, it seems that they add some kind of new scan mechanic, and it also seems like they forget about the implications that it has on Mirage's kit. But at least this time around, they fixed it pretty quickly. Thanks for watching, hope you enjoy. I'll see you in 5.5 seconds, my friends. Danny Mills it is, Mimi goes.
22 minutes.
I think people underestimate how good it is to use Scout, Nemesis, Car. I think those are the 3 options you have for getting your ult charge by shooting people. Just completely busted. Just a completely broken mechanic.
Not too much ammo left. Better look for more.
No, I'm not looking for a shotgun. I have a gun shield generator, and I shall be... There you go. Looking for an L-Star is what I was going to say. This is my weapon setup for the rest of the game. Sorted out immediately.
There's a busted ass setup right here.
Is that a bush? What's shooting George right now?
And we all know, bro, iTemp is a fucking... Bro, he's a demon with the G7, man.
Cracked one. Unfortunately, I'm not Assault, so he's not permanently scanned, but...
Permanently scanned. Oh.
Accidentally opened the door. And then she didn't hold it for the teammate. What's she doing? I mean, she set me on fire, but I should be okay.
Oh, come on,
Oh my
iTemp.
god, that sucked. I just need to stand still for the gun shield generator. Think, okay, you're gonna rob everything.
That was kind of trash. Like, you can't just lay on the fucking trigger on the L-Star. That's crazy.
I don't understand this gun sometimes. I love the G7. I love it so much. But I feel like I can only use it if they're standing still and trying to like play cover or trying to headrush something. That's when I love it the most. If they're running away, I just...
Cook him. Oh, no way.
I'm gonna go invisible. I'm like a chameleon. They should have a chameleon legend.
I'm running out of ideas.
That's... I mean, what...
I'm gonna take that back. We're getting 30. I'm gonna help, but you need to be careful. There they are. Okay, well that's a kill I would have gotten. See, okay, I don't want to talk about that either. I was sliding, I was, there was explosions going on. Lifeline is so good in these moments. I was talking, so I didn't hear.
Oh, right there. There you go. Cook him.
Okay, I should have been using the L-Star. Unfortunately, that guy could still see my head somehow, but I think I'm okay. Gracias, amigo. We're back. I think that might be the fights. I mean, we did well staying up, to be honest.
Not bad.
No.
Target spotted.
There you go. See what I mean? This is why I like it. I think this is what it's made for. And I'm just sitting here charging my ult. I mean, Mirage has a really low ult cooldown anyway. So if you use like a G7 or a Nemesis, and you're in gunfights constantly, you're just printing ultimate cards for free.
Give him my shield.
I don't know what that means. You just get your ult or not. That's what I'm trying to say.
Print your ultimate card free.
They're not running, are they?
Frag out.
Oh, good nade.
Wir on Siebzig. I mean, look at that. I have 87% ult. I ulted 10 seconds ago. It's unbelievable. I would have had ult if I actually got one of those kills at the end too.
Oh, that's crazy, actually.
I could have had 2 sets of decoys out at the same time. But that was nice. That's a big old gunfight. I mean, I love Stormpoint as a map. And to be fair, I actually quite like that it's only ranked at the moment, because I actually don't like it in pubs. This is the perfect setup. Such a good ranked map.
I don't know if I agree with all that, but... Oh.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Thanks, Kyla. Oh, he's miles away. I'm invisible. I mean... Yes. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean shaking your... What are you shaking your head for like that? This is ranked. You know, seriously, I'm taking this? That guy's just gonna run off and res, I guess. Run off and craft. That's a fresh team. Okay, he's just headshot me with the...
Damn.
He's just headshot me for, what is that? 190? Look, he wasn't a Kraber. Lifeline sword again, a flanking angle. A flangle. That's what it's known as in the trade.
A
Get that flangle
flangle.
going, Lifeline. That's what I told her to do.
That's actually funny.
Have they retreated after hitting me for 190?
Flangle is insane.
What kind of sick joke is this? I don't think I can really push this effectively either.
There's one right here.
I mean, nades.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. She got you. Oh, what a nade. Oh.
Oh my god. Do I
Charge
need to try
rifle's
and do another
insane.
charge rifle video?
Check out that replicator coming in.
I think it's on cooldown, but maybe she's too far away. Thank you. Don't die for it. Big heat shield.
She's charging it.
I mean...
Rings. Putting up an evac top. Send it a decoy.
There's no way they let me walk up this right. I mean, they're doing damage to my teammates. I think it might be okay. As long as they don't die.
Oh, wow. Oh, you can't. Oh my god, so far you're. I mean, I think you're selling, bro.
I kind of choked a few shots there.
Yeah, bro, you're totally selling. Why are you shooting like how you're shooting, my man? Get in there. Get in there. Get in there, my man.
I mean, it's okay.
Get
It
in
worked
there,
out, I
my
guess. That was bad, though.
It was.
That was almost unforgivable. Almost. If we didn't win, it would have been unforgivable.
Recharging shields.
Dude, he already has his ult again. He literally just
Basically all
ulted.
full teams apart from that guy that just died.
Oh my god, that is
So
like
I
a
feel
10-second ult.
I feel like the shots were on there. I feel like that with the Rampage too. The two guns that I don't ever feel 100% confident in are the two guns that people think are the most OP at the moment: the Rampage and the L-Star. The Rampage especially, that gun has bloom. I don't care what anyone says. It's such an impossible gun to actually be consistent with, I swear. I don't know, maybe I just
I don't know
missed.
what bloom means. I've never heard of that before.
I know, I want to go left, but I think we'd be smart here.
Let's check out that way.
I think we go right and rotate from like up top. Otherwise, they're stuck at the base of a mountain. It just, I don't want to go down there. Who wants to be stuck down a mountain like that? What happened to the heirloom bin? Who got the heirloom bin?
Attention, delivering replicator.
What's an heirloom bin? Oh.
It's Kyler!
Dupes to the rescue.
You're not going up there too. I'm trying to horizon you out of here.
Enemy killed. I took care of it, don't worry. Ring's close. 1 more minute. Go out and bamboozle him. You got bamboozled.
Ooh, no, don't peek that. Don't peek that. He's
It's a perfect
crazy.
case of it doesn't matter if you're weak, if they're not firing at you. It doesn't matter what your health is. If they're looking elsewhere.
Well, yeah, except that she was looking at, like, dude,
Oh god. Thanks, teammate. He had red armor and he's Ash.
What did you say?
Enemy killed. I took care of it, don't worry.
Good luck.
It is not 2022 anymore, Horizon.
Tick tock, 10 seconds.
Is that the truth?
I think this might be a solo.
Dupes to the rescue.
It was blooming invisible. But yeah, like they hit me for so much, they didn't expect me to challenge them from up top. It was great.
That is
Right,
not what
platinum
happened there.
rank achieved.
Totally just made it to platinum.
Totally just made it to platinum, people. 3,000.
Totally just made it to platinum. Shipping your brain. Alright. We're going to turn that off. Da, da, da. Let me see. I'm so I'm so. Alright, let me use the bathroom real quick and then we're going to throw a game on. make myself a little caffeine. I'll be right back. We're gonna do some gaming. I think I know the game I'm gonna play. So I'll leave that as a surprise. Come on. Come on, you kitty. Come on. Come on. Go on. Come on. Pick his bag. Come on. You gotta go somewhere. Thank you. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. Oh. Do it that way any longer. Dun, dun. There we go. Eternal Strands. This game is super cool. Search the village of Pottervale for a sign of the masked Hardsider. Oh, looks like I got a quest marker over here though first. The tapestry. What do we have over here? Dom. Weave strand. Generate a vortex. Dom's Aldelier. Okay, so I have to upgrade. Oh, I don't. I just need the ice wall string. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Sorry, I hadn't played in a little bit, so I kind of like forgot. Oh, I have to go. Let me get to the fast travel thing. I don't think I like that weapon. Picked up some bombs. That's how that dragon's flying? Okay, that's a little cheese.
This is Poldervale, but what happened? The village is completely frozen.
This can't be natural.
I think it's safe to say no one lives here. Where else could I look for a Hearthsider?
I can't quite remember why, but something tells me you should search for a watchtower. The maps indicate there may be some nearby.
Doubt security would be active if the village was vacated.
Just trust me on this. I've got some cross-referencing to do.
All right, Bryn. You heard them.
Watchtower. Got it.
Gotcha. Oh, he's still alive too? Oh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, okay. Sorry. Sorry. Are they like healing themselves? I hear the dragon. Oh, there we go. They got that Breath of the Wild climb. Whoa. I'll see what I see. That's got to be that watchtower.
Another Drake. This one doesn't seem as aggressive. Must not be rutting. Should leave you alone unless you...
There's a watchtower.
What?
Found the tome I was looking for. It mentioned that key swatches were held by security in the Enclave's more remote villages. It ensured that the gates could be reconnected to more central locations if needed. Perhaps our Heartsider won't be in the watchtower, but a key swatch to Deneveran could be.
Genius, Lane. Nice work.
Dang, this Ash Drake is really after me, huh? Hey, no! Oh, come on, girl. Nice. Nice.
According to this logbook, all the key swatches were removed from the Poldervale Watch a few years after the surge.
Strange.
But there was one key swatch that was borrowed and never returned by the mayor at his residence in Poldervale.
Perhaps it's still there.
It'll be tough for me to withstand the cold long enough to search for it.
The rest of the band could help you navigate that? Try discussing the challenge with a few of them next time you're at camp.
Alright, I got a flame bow design. That's cool. Whoa! Whoa! He used attack that blew me back. Alright, we are on the backs of a dragon. What am I stuck on? Oh, I'm on his tail.
The Archon expands. Pre-surge, the Arks trod this passage daily to transport and farm resources from the outskirts.
No. His face is still frozen to his body. Oh. Okay. Tried to get out of the way of that, but I messed it up. You ain't going nowhere, buddy. Whoa! Whoa! That was crazy. Okay, get off of the wing, please.
Just like home. You're round a corner and a glacier is right there to breathe.
I'm pretty sure I must have not have done it good enough. Oh, yeah, that wasn't me. Why am I on his head? That was like ridiculous. Hey! Oh, I'm done. Okay. No. Give me that. Okay, I desperately need help. No health. He doesn't have a lot of health.
got you.
Dang, he fireballed. Oh, I was really hoping that explosion would knock him out of the air. But it did not. Damn. I could definitely beat that dragon. Ooh, and it pops me up as well. Okay.
Sapper's Lake. The surrounding trees emitted an alchemical sap. It was a sought-after resource.
Some sort of sap. Spitfire is red. Please get out of there. Oh my lord, that hurts so much. I don't know if that was worth it. I need some help. Oil membrane, alright. Blocked with L1. I don't like that so many games have different blocks. Oh, I'm being slowed by these idiots. I messed up. I had no idea what these damn things
Hold
do.
on.
God damn it. I have to travel back, get some health, and then travel back. How many potions I got? I don't have enough carved resources to make a fire bow. That sucks.
Solar, any thoughts on how I might go about withstanding cold temperatures while I search for the key swatch?
With the right materials, any design for armor could give you some resistance to frost magic and cold temperatures.
What kind of materials could I bring you?
A Kala hide would do the trick for...
There are plenty of those prowling in the outskirts. Thanks for the insight.
So, we're hunting a rogue key swatch in a frozen village. When dealing with temperature, your magic can directly counteract it.
I'm guessing we fight frost with flame?
Just so. Like building a fire on a cold night, except much faster. And the night has teeth and talons.
Unfortunately, I don't have a flame strand yet.
It's a tall order, but defeating a drake would allow us to weave a strand of its power.
Drakes and I are due for a reckoning, anyway.
Spoken like a true point.
So I gotta defeat a drake. Excuse me. So I need to defeat a drake. Okay. And he was so close to being dead, too. I definitely messed up that opportunity.
Hey, Lane. Got any ideas on how I might go about retrieving a key swatch from a frozen village?
I imagine long underwear might help.
Maybe an alchemical solution?
I'm teasing, of course. Drinking a frost shroud phial would do the trick. It makes cold temperatures much easier to withstand. I have some phials already prepared for you. I had the perfect alembic for them, thanks to our recent improvements.
Nice.
Lane, any thoughts on why the mayor of Poldervale kept a key swatch to Denevron in his home?
Not personally, but I do know what the Poldervale Watch suspected about it.
Really? How?
At the back of the logbook, those on watch would leave small notes for whoever was taking over the next shift. Most of it appears to be idle gossip, but apparently popular belief was that the mayor had a mistress on the side.
Ah, a wife in Poldervale and a mistress in Denevron.
Instantaneous travel would be necessary to not get caught.
Goodness. Small towns are the same everywhere, aren't they?
What is there to do in them but talk?
Harvesting. Such an intriguing term for so critical a task.
Why do we call it that anyway?
My favorite explanation is that it implies a thoughtfulness. When we harvest a creature, we pull something out of its essence. It is fundamentally a violent act. But we harvest predators, ones that pose a threat to us. There are peaceful or merely territorial creatures that use magic, but Weaver custom is to never harvest them.
That makes sense. I like that we're selective about it.
Further, Weavers do not seek to eradicate these creatures, merely keep them in check. Slaughter them all, and we not only lose access to more strands, but also risk disrupting the ecosystem. You've heard of Renland's famed attempt to cull their Akala population, and the mass loss of crops due to too many deer, yes? Same thing. Even something as wild as an Ash Peak drake plays a role in the world. Oh, it's very exciting to see one of the Enclave's enchanted weapon designs firsthand. I'm sure Sola will have a field day with it.
I don't need any particularly magical materials for it, I notice.
No, that's where I come in. I preserve numerous byproducts alongside each resonance as part of the weaving process. I have got, in the literal and figurative sense, your back.
You know there's a trick to picking your armor when dealing with temperature?
Do tell.
If you're going to be up against extreme cold or heat, lighter armors can be the better choice. They can't provide raw protection like steel, but metals also move temperature very quickly. Lighter armors layer cloth and leathers. Much better for insulation, especially if you pick the right ones.
I'll keep that in mind. This place pulls no punches.
That's interesting. This game has so many cool, like they've thought of so many good good things.
Drakes are how I shattered my beak. Flame up front, tail out back. Stay to its side and you'll have an easier time. It's quite a thing, being rescued by the Scry.
Disorienting. But better than the alternative.
I'll only ever use it when I'm sure it's needed.
How exactly does it operate?
Similar to a loom gate, but much more focused. I maintain a constant flow of magic into the Scry, and it connects to you.
Letting you see the area around me.
In an emergency, I can, I guess yank is the best term, on that connection.
How come you never hear about Scries being used by military? Or to bring nobles home after a night of debauchery?
Rarity and expertise. Scries are Enclave enchantments, and when the Veil closed, supplies ceased. On top of that, it takes someone with exceptional control and stamina when channeling magic to use one for any length of time.
Got it. That's why points become watchers. It's really nice, having the sensation of you and the others watching over me. You're like the guardian spirits from the stories every Carnhaven child knows. You protect, advise, and of course bicker.
Well, I don't know about spirits, but we'll be your guardians any day.
Compared to my last band, I'm glad we actually use the Scry.
Not as glad as I am that the loom gates seem to extend its effective range. Just don't take it as a license to be reckless. Risky business flirting with death.
Fair enough. I will heed thy warning. Alright, so that fire drake needs to come down.
Skies, why is it so hot?
This can't be natural.
This is exactly what happened to Taza after the surge when all the aeroliths failed. It must be something like that.
That was so easy. There he is. He actually hit me with it. Come on, is this dumb Drake gonna come down or what? There it is. God, please get up, woman.
I've got you.
No. Damn, girl. Bro, she just fell over and wouldn't get back up off the floor. Maybe the Drake, I guess, is harder to fight than I thought. Ah, shit. And there's so many like invisible chameleons here, which is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. how easy they can hit me. That's actually crazy. My bomb spell's a little bit finicky. I can't dodge while I'm attacking. But they're just wasting my life. This is very much not ideal. Oh, what? Wow, it led the shot by that much is crazy. Man, they're really not giving up the health pots, huh? I caught fire. Did they destroy the health pot that was open? Damage on that? Wow, man, they really don't want me to have any health pods. That's actually crazy.
A hallowed pyre shrine all the way out.
have to clear that with fire, I think. Cool. Holy shit. No, don't climb, please. Don't climb. Thank you. Come on, I'm rolling in water. And I don't have health again. Maybe I came up on enough timber? I don't know. Let's see. Oh no, this guy has something to say?
Out in the field, you mentioned you recognize the sudden change in weather.
The same rapid shifts racked Taza shortly after the surge. The deserts had been somewhat tamed by enchanted stones, the aeroliths. Each kingdom would boast they had the greatest coverage. Ironically, while the Taza nobility were bragging they each had more, the real concentration of them was in Judea. That did not end well.
Let me guess. Something awful happened to them after the surge.
The enchantments cascaded out of control. One would skew the weather too far, others would react.
Like a pendulum swing, but getting stronger.
Yes, rapid and extreme. Just like what we're seeing here. Thankfully, this means they should be somewhat predictable. The more we learn about each locale, the better we'll be able to predict the changes.
So, keep exploring and wear my warm pants now and then. Can do.
Like they're just hanging out at the loom. Stinkers. Alright, I'm actually gonna shut the stream down here. I'm getting kind of hot in my house. AC might have broke. Alright, let me go ahead and cut it. I didn't really do much gaming today, which is kind of a bummer, but it is what it is.